Good morning, everyone. It's 10 o'clock. Why don't we go ahead and get things started? We have a nice long day to go through. So thank you for being here today on Friday, April 26th at 10 a.m. for the special session and exec session meeting of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. Um, May we go ahead and get started with the call to order? District 1.
District 1, happy Friday, everyone. Thank you, staff, and those online for being with us. Patrice Horseman, District 1.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2 and current chair. Thank you for being here with us. District 3.
Again, good morning, everybody. Good to be here. Let's do this. District 3, Adam Hess.
District 4.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Judy B. Gay, District 4 Supervisor and current Vice Chair.
District 5.
Lena Fowler, District 5. Good morning.
Great, thank you. Okay, now we'll go into our first discussion item, discussion regarding the Coconino County fiscal year 2025 budget, including fiscal year 2025 budget assumptions and department increase requests. And with that, I'll hand it over to our finance director, Suri Mulaney.
Mr.
sorry.
Chair, members of the board, County Manager's Office would like to start with this discussion. I'm Andy Bertle, Senior Deputy County Manager, and I'll kick this off and just want to thank all of the departments. I wanted you to know that we invited the departments to be with us today if there are any questions as we start to roll up our sleeves and on this nice long day and get into the more of the detail on the budget. We know over the past couple of months, we've had some really great conversations with our departments and all of the services that they provide for our community and how they represent Coconino County on the behalf of the citizens, the board, all of the elected officials, and all of us in our organization as we represent service in the community. So I have not yet opened up the Zoom, but we'll look and see who's on, and I think we will have department directors. Some are here. I'll note Christopher Tressler is here, our Public Works Director. Thank you for being here, and Esler Musta, our Assistant County Manager and Elections Director. And Jen Hammond is here to keep her eye on us to make sure that we are enjoying our nice long day and keep us in line if we're not. So with that, Siri, anything to add before we just get right into it? So today's April 26th. We're here. We'll be talking about the budget. And today we're going to reiterate some of the slides that we provided to you last Tuesday, kind of on the economic conditions. And the thing about economic conditions that's interesting is there was just some news today about inflation and the Fed's concern about the inflation gauge and the Washington Post, CNN, and so we just continue to monitor that, how that impacts us going forward. And then we have May 14th and May 15th, 2 full days to continue these discussions. We know that's a couple of weeks from now, but that said, there's a lot happening between now and then in terms of Western Interstate Regional Conference for the National Association of Counties, and budget staff, we can assure you, will be continuing to work with departments. And as Steve always says, it's not we'll beat the budget until it confesses, right? And so we'll continue to do that work and have our confessions with one another. So, and then we're looking at a tentative adoption on June 4th. And then a final adoption June 25th, just in time to start our fiscal year. Not only do we view life in calendar years in our work, but also in fiscal years, July 1 to June 30, and that's our cycle. So next slide, Siri. So our current financial reality, and we've talked a lot about this, and we actually just sent out some information to our leadership team yesterday on the expenditure limitation. And the expenditure limitation is linked to a point in time at the state of Arizona on CPI. We talked a bit about CPI on Tuesday, and our financial reality is CPI, inflation, et cetera, is outpacing, particularly more recently, the cost of doing business is outpacing what that limitation places upon us. So two things, the expenditure limitation and capped and being able to expend the revenues that we produce. The other significant issue with this is being capped on the revenues. And so Siri and I were just talking, for example, about property taxes, and we first linked up almost 20 years ago on the budget. And and we'll talk more about this later, but I believe the property tax rate was 62 cents and the revenue it generated was about 6.2 million. We're going to check that, because if I can remember that, then I have some probably pretty significant OCD issues I'm going to need to address. But so today we'll compare that to where we are today, but we're capped and we have the lowest property tax in the state of Arizona. So Board of Supervisors historically have been very conservative financially, and we continue to be. That's something we take significant pride in Coconino County. We continue to do that going forward, and it's that balance of being fiscally conservative and getting the services where they need to get to. Also, with mandated cost increases, Arizona long-term care system, for example, Title 36, those mandated cost increases will be increasing, that we know, and their services that we need to provide. There's also no revenue sources or authority. I just noted that, and we're capped on our revenues. And speaking frankly, we are a sales tax driven community, both with state shared sales tax and our county sales tax. And that's how we've really been able to supply our general fund with the revenues that we need to be able to provide those services, with a good portion of those services in the general fund being dedicated to our criminal justice system. Secure Rural Schools is unauthorized. We just met with Gregory yesterday, and as you all know, Gregory manages our government affairs group, and we have some significant concerns about that. And that reauthorization, it's not getting a lot of support right now. Secure Rural Schools revenues impact payment in lieu of taxes as well, kind of the old stumpage fee, if you will, for the rural counties throughout the West. And it's potentially, it's not only for roads do we utilize forest fees, Secure Rural Schools for, but about I think our superintendent of schools as well as our sheriff's patrol. So it's about $1 million for that as well.
And it also affects our PILT payment as
It
well,
does.
which is kind of a convoluted backdoor way, but it ends up taking money away from us for PILT too.
It does. And just like anything in the work that we do, it's always a complicated formula, but you're absolutely right. As Secure Rural Schools impacts payment in lieu of taxes, and both significant revenue sources for us. The state budget deficit and likely impacts, as you all know, the state of Arizona has been focused on the abortion conversation. That's taken up all of the airtime, if you will, this week at the legislative level. They will be focusing on budget. We will see a lot of budget impacts coming our way as the state works to balance their budget off the backs of local governments, particularly counties. As we always say, we are constantly reminded that we are a political subdivision of the state of Arizona as a county. So we will expect the state balancing their budget deficit on our county revenue sources. So that's hugely concerning for us, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. And then the cumulative impact of inflation that's happening, as well as the economic correction. Just wanted to note a few things on inflation. Again, my iPhone must know what I read, because we see, I got CNN first thing this morning, the headline, Fed's inflation gauge just moved in the wrong direction, and that inflation remains stubbornly high last month. And so with that, we also have the Washington Post that Siri and I think Lucinda sent it to us actually. U.S. economic growth slowed in the first 3 months of the year after the more of a year and a half of rapid expansion. We know that our economy is based on, particularly in Arizona, in-migration and consumer spending. Consumer spending has remained relatively stable, but it's going to start impacting that as the inflation hits everyone in their home fronts. And then the economic correction. The whole premise and basis for our 10-year financial planning model has been, for every 10 years in a lifespan of an economy, there's an economic correction, sometimes a recession every 2 years. And interestingly, our biggest, I think, that all of us managed through starting in 2008, and that recession lasted quite some time. In the following 10-year period, we haven't really had a huge economic correction, but we had COVID, and that created some economic trouble for all of us. And you'll see that that COVID experience really impacted the economy in so many different ways. But then the economy sort of roared back. I think that's a fair term. And now we're looking at these corrections. You know, the Feds are really battling against inflation by doing so. They're keeping their interest rates high. That is impacting people's buying power if they want to buy a home. That's troubling. If that correction turns into an economic recession, that's problematic for all of us. And so that's why we have a fund balance. That's why we have the 10-year financial planning process. And that's why we plan for those worst case scenarios. If we have an emergency, like the museum fire, the tunnel fire, the pipeline fire, we'll be reminded that in battling the impacts of those fires and subsequent flooding, the general fund made a loan to the flood control district of $15 million at a point in time to battle the impacts of those emergencies, of those climate action emergencies created upon our communities. Again, that's why we have a financial planning process and plan for it with fund balance, et cetera. Next slide. So again, as the slides get more complicated, that's when we turn it over to Siri. So thank you, Siri.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So we just have a few reminder slides from what we talked about on Tuesday. We're not going to repeat the entire presentation, but the one that you see in front of you is just the reminder of the 10-year plan. And, you know, what Andy was talking about in terms of constrained revenues and not having new revenue sources. This is something back from even, you know, our early days of doing financial planning and implementing financial planning here at Coconino County that we talked about it prior to implementation of the Public Health Services District, for example, is in what we refer to as the lines crossing, and those lines are revenue and expenditures. Unfortunately, that trend has not changed even over the last 20 years in terms of our revenues growing at a slower rate than our expenditures, even during normal inflationary periods. The costs that have been passed on to us tend to have a higher growth rate. A lot of expenditures in our operating are related to things that were tied to contracts on that have increases built in, if you will, to those contracts of 5% or more when we look at things like software and some agreements like that. So there's a reason for it. We can't do anything about the revenue, and that's one of the reasons until we get additional authority. And so we're always looking at when are those lines crossing and trying to balance adopting a budget that is going to allow us some flexibility for what we can expend, with the reality of knowing that we can't necessarily set the budget today of revenues and expenditures being exactly equal if we want to hold to those principles of sort of continuity of service and not adding and subtracting and adding and subtracting. You know, as time goes, we look at what our sustainable revenue outlook is. If we were to set our budget to exactly what our revenues are on a recurring basis in fiscal year 25, experience tells us that by fiscal year 26, we would be looking at budget reductions. And that's just, you know, not in line with our financial planning philosophy that we've implemented. So this is our outlook on the general fund 10-year plan. And we'll get into the numbers on that again as a reminder slide in a little bit. And then, of course, as noted, again, expenditure limit. So we pulled this one together. This is actually a compilation of 2 slides you saw on Tuesday with some additional information. This is the outlook as we look at fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 in terms of our expenditure limit. First, on the bottom, we've highlighted in blue the use of capital project debt proceeds that really, again, without that solution, fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25, our budget would look very different, whether it's impacting our ability to do projects with our accumulated road maintenance sales tax funds, other general funds for capital projects, or even just generally, you know, how we handle operations. We would have been coming to that cliff of running out of carry forward without an expenditure base limit reset. So we wanted to highlight that, again, the importance of the decision the board made to issue that capital projects debt last year, and how it really has had that positive impact on our expenditure limit and allowing, sort of that continuity of service again. So as we look at going into when we hopefully have, a reset of our base limit in fiscal year 26, we think that we are in an okay position with carry forward. But again, reminder what I said last time, but the goal is not to necessarily get that to zero. Being in a comfortable position really means having the ability to expend our budget in a way that gives us the confidence that we are not going to exceed our limit. And so we are forecasting, even with, the $1 million of one-time available, a responsible budget that allows us to stay within our expenditure limitation. But the other thing we wanted to highlight from our last discussion was the debt that we issued for the Arizona State Retirement System. It really was a debt restructure in this case. We have a liability on our financial statements for Arizona State Retirement System pension liability. So when we issue debt, it really is more of a restructure of how we handle that debt. We were able to issue debt proceeds, invest them with the Arizona State Retirement System. We issued $53 million at 5.5% all-in total cost of issuance. And the annualized rate of return just in the first year was 12.5%. So again, borrowing at a lower rate than we were able to realize has already resulted in savings to our taxpayers. And one important thing as we look out, because the actuarial rate of return used for the pension obligation is 7% for the state retirement system. So they anticipate the state retirement system will have an average rate of return of 7%. If we were to realize that in all years moving forward with the investment of these proceeds, we would be saving our taxpayers $70 million between fiscal year 23 and 59. So that's really important, not just for expenditure limitation management, but just for overall financial management. Another positive thing our board has done in terms of, responsible debt management. The third one, not on here, but back in 2021, just a reminder, the same board also did the same thing as far as a debt restructure with our public safety retirement system. And so again, being able to invest it in those pension systems that have a higher average rate of return than what we've been borrowing at has just been a real positive for our organization and for our taxpayers, and been one of those things that sort of delayed the crossing of those lines, if you will, as we've been able to be more effective in some of our expenditure management.
Hey, Siri, can we just pause for a minute? On debt management, I think worth noting, 20 years ago, Siri, when we started with preparing budgets, our financial philosophy was reduce debt. And there was a time where we had certificates of participation for some building that we had done. And the goal was to pay off that debt because the interest that we were paying on it was working against us. And over time, we've developed a debt management philosophy. And as Steve constantly reminds us, compounding is the most powerful force in the universe, and it's either working for you or against you. And if the debt interest is working against us, how are we investing in the marketplace to get a rate of return on that debt to then pay for the debt? And so we as a county have done a good job of that, particularly with the ASRS debt, and then also with the capital debt that we've issued to be able to provide for capital expenditures. So just wanted to take a pause with that because it's really important. Debt is stressful. It's also entering into the marketplace that's somewhat volatile. And if we can lock in to that volatile market to reduce our volatility, then we're in a good position, and we are with that.
Thank you. So, and I know Andy will definitely have some comments on this slide as well, but just a reminder from what we talked about again on Tuesday, before we reached the amount of funding available for additional investment in the fiscal year 25 budget, there were some things that we had to consider in building the budget that have already been incorporated. So this is This is not from that $1 million number that we gave you. This is the things that came out first in order to arrive at that $1 million number. So we talked about the significant increases we've seen in Title 36 costs, the all-text cost that is given to us from the state, and a $500,000 increase there. Those things are in the budget already. Continuing the compensation fund plan and also the elected official pay increase that's in statute that will take place in January. Again, those are already incorporated into the budget that we've presented. The other part is Department 10% CPI. And so one of the things I'll refer you to is a secondary handout you received. It's got all the little numbers on it, and it's got some blue font at the top. And that just helps you sort of bring together the information that's in your book in every department section in terms of what 10% CPI looks like to every department or program. And so we've provided that just so you have one reference point sort of for comparison, so you can take a look at the department impact on that. But another good point on that, that I failed to mention last time that was pointed out by us there is that the 10% that's being recommended is not a cumulative on top of last year's 10% CPI. That was added as a one-time. So the recommendation this time is to continue that, not to, add to it or, if you will, make it more like a 20%. It's not that. It's still only 10% as we look back from fiscal year 19 to fiscal year where we're going in 25, it's a total of 10%, not a per year adjustment, even though we know that we saw, and we talked about this on Tuesday, that we've really seen cost increases in overall CPI more in the range of a cumulative 25% in that range. So this is not, we're not able to fully address that. This is just 10%. So just wanted to clarify that. Of course, we have education for our expenditure limit. Again, some cost for that is built into the budget. As well as the facility and other capital, as we've talked about with the use of the debt proceeds. So that's also already factored into the budget. One thing I failed to also have on the screen last time that has been added just, for clarification purposes, we know we have to do the election. And so we had increments for that, and that's included in your packet. But again, those were already considered and built in. So for the recorder and voter registration, as well as for the elections department, those two increments, or those, I think it was 3 total increment requests have already been built into that forecast as a must do. It's very similar to another mandate. And then finally, just a reminder, we had some positions last year that were committed as part of the 24 budget that are getting added in 25 due to departments reaching full staffing in those positions. So all of these, again, built into the assumptions before we get to any amount available or addition to that in fiscal year 25. And Andy, did you want to comment also?
No, I think in referring to the handout, I think we have space for that, but you'll see that we do have departmental increments, and that really is an express need of our departments. And with that, we did the one-time 10% CPI increase for this current fiscal year's budget. And what Siri's saying is, let's put that in the base budget and keep it going forward. Not 10% increase every year. Let's put that 10%. We recommend that we do that in the base budgets. So that will then just become part of the department's operating budget. So.
Okay, and then just another reminder slide again from.
Sorry, I think.
Hold on, we have a question. Supervisor Fowler.
An EOC facility, is that just a matching fund that we're looking at?
Yeah, so we need the capital to be able to make that investment. We're looking at, as you know, building that facility for both of those entities at our Public Works facility. Thank you, Public Works. And so we've also asked for congressionally directed funding with that. Now, very good point, Supervisor Fowler, because congressionally directed funding is such a significant part, federal funds, grants, et cetera, of our ability to provide service and for our ability to operate. And so when we look at our restrictions on our local revenue sources, as well as the expenditure limitation restrictions, our ability, and all of you, to go out and ask our congressional delegation, our senators, for funding for that core infrastructure is significantly important. What did I miss, Siri?
I think that does it. Yep.
Thank you.
So then before we move on to turning it over for discussion, again, just a sort of a visual of the 10-year plan, the general fund 10-year plan that was handed out on Tuesday, and how we implement our financial planning principles in coming up with the determination of what's available for spending in the current budget. This ties to, the crossing of the lines we talked about. We believe that we have a structurally balanced budget on a recurring basis with all of the things you saw on this prior slide incorporated in. And we also, in looking at it, have determined, again, just how we use our 10-year plan and how we use that outlook, that there's, as we look towards the end of the plan, still have $1 million of capacity in which could be invested on a one-time basis in the fiscal year 25 budget for general fund purposes. And what that really looks like with $1 million of one time can look like a few things, because I know that, we didn't just receive requests for one-time funding, we received requests for recurring funding as well. And so strategies we've done with one-time funds in the past to address that is either looking, at one-time increments, of course, also looking at recurring increments and potentially modifying those to more limited term funding. So 1 year, 2 years, 3 years for those increments as a way to sort of translate them into one time, and then they come back for review, as they expire to see, is the demand still there? Are the outcomes happening that maybe were tied to the requests? Have other things changed that make it reasonable to continue or maybe reevaluate? And so that's definitely a strategy that can be done to address recurring needs with one-time money. So
Siri, can we
Yes.
pause with that for a
Mhm.
minute? And so, in looking at investment criteria, hopefully what you, the board, are hearing from us is if there's capacity in the budget for increments, additional services, additional funding allocated to departments for additional service or continued service, there is about $1 million remaining to be able to do that. It's not a hugely significant amount for us and our work over the next few days to be able to allocate that, but we can look at different opportunities with it. There are some revenue generating positions that are in place, like with the treasurer's office or with community development, with short-term rentals, et cetera. There's sustaining staff that we have in place that we're funded with those shorter term positions through shorter term funding like ARPA. And that's a factor that we need to consider. And then there's the board priorities going forward, like addressing the mental health in our criminal justice system, et cetera. And so those are really all considerations that we need to look at going forward.
If I may, Chair. If you could explain more, because I know that we've done this in the past with our budgets on, reoccurring versus one time, and quite frankly, for lack of a better term, playing with how that is categorized for us to be able to meet the budget requirements. And I know we're going to be looking at some concerns, especially quite frankly, with the courts. And is that something we can look at?
It is, and I'll let Siri talk a little bit about one time and recurring. But yes, Supervisor Horseman, this is the moment where we really roll up our sleeves. And this is the difficult part about the budget process, because everything we do is meaningful and impactful. And so with recurring one time, Siri.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Horstman and Chair and members of the board. I think that one is a prime example of what we're speaking to, and we're in a really good position when it comes to where we are with court funding and opportunities for fiscal year 25, in that we have some funding still continuing from ARPA into the next fiscal year. And we also have the staff already in place who are working on, because it was allocated for backlog and how that has been really operationalized. So we're in a really great position to look at what would it cost for fiscal year 25 to continue that commitment and still see, are those outcomes happening? Are we experiencing, say, a reduction in costs on other ends in the court system that could maybe lead to finding the space for it as a recurring item in the future, but without losing that momentum by having to sort of stop a program and wait for recurring funding to continue it. And we provided that as well as one of the options in your book when we look at increments. We're anticipating the cost if we wanted to continue that investment and provide that commitment through June 30th of 2025, maybe for reevaluation as we go into the 26 budget, the one-time cost of that would be $500,000. And so that's, again, another way how we sort of take $1 million of one time and turn it into something that longer term could definitely turn into a recurring increment. This year, it's really hard because of what we saw with the increase in the mandates. To be quite honest, usually we're in a place where we're presenting, there's a little bit of recurring investment money, there's a little bit of one time. Those mandates this year were really significant that came off the top. And so it is hard to find, as you said, even the space as we play with the numbers for anything additional recurring, just given the significance of the recurring that we already had to add. So with that, I think this is our time if there's additional questions or any board discussion, and I'll turn it over to Andy as well.
Yeah, so this is the time. So we could do a few things here. We together can kind of go through all of the increments in the book as presented by departments, and really the direction that departments had going into the budget process is, as Steve will always say, share with us what your needs are to be able to provide the services that you need to provide, knowing also the direction was it's going to be a very tough budget year, given a few things. Our caps on revenues, one, and two, the expenditure limitation. So even if we budget for the revenues, the expenditure limitation says you can't spend them. So that's the difficult position that we're in.
And Chair, if I may, just to make sure we're all on the same page, I think I know the answer to this, but obviously we're going out to the voters now for a request to exceed our expenditure limit. Assuming we are successful in that, when will that be allowed for us to take place and include that as part of our budget?
Yes, thank you, Chair and Supervisor Horstman. It does not take place, unfortunately, until fiscal year 26 in terms of our authority. I know.
I have a question. Based on, you mentioned earlier about the mental health court and possibly funding it for half a year. Does that mean that the full year for that court is $500,000 or just the 6 months that we would be covering from December to June?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the cost specifically for fiscal year 25 would be $500,000 because we have some continuation of ARPA. Not every department right now has enough left in their original allocation for even 6 months. So we've done some forecasting and looking at the entire pool and what it would take to continue it. Not in it also, I think a point of clarity is not necessarily in its current staffing level, because there were some departments also that had staffing that have already indicated that they were not requesting it to continue as part of a Division 7 continuation. But what were those requested continued positions, and ensuring then that we have funding to carry all the current positions through December, and then those recurring requested positions through June. And so that's where the $500,000 comes in.
Okay, so then my next question would be, if with this division we wanted to continue, how much would it cost for the full year for that division? Because if we're continuing it for half a year, it does us no good to just stop at the end of fiscal year. So what would that look like long term?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So one of the pages that you have in your overview section is called ARPA continuation costs. And what we have on there in the top section is the annual recurring impact. Okay, so I know they all are blue. I should turn some of them purple. No. Yes, in the overview materials, and I can put it on the screen if that would be helpful. Yeah. That's true. Oh, it's not sharing the right screen. Okay. Okay. Okay, so what you're seeing on the screen is just the recurring portion, meaning continuing the court through the December 31st date with the current positions, and then continuing the following positions all the way through June 30th. Those positions are 3 FTEs in the county attorney's office, 2 FTEs in the public defender's office, Division 7, which is 4 FTEs. It's the judge, the judicial assistant, the court security officer, and then a clerk of court position as well. And then the offset that was part of the proposal by the Superior Court was that they have 2 vacant court reporters. And so that's a negative sort of impact to it. And then the final is the mental health clinical liaison court coordinator. And so to the question of, does it do, any good to continue now and then with uncertainty in the future? I would argue yes, in that the people are already in place, and then we could look at again, where are we around this time next year for continued, continuation. And so there wouldn't be like a stop start type approach. It would be full seamless continuation. And the other thing that we don't know right now is that we have seen, since this has gone into place, some reduction compared to last year in our cost for restoration to competency, which is another one of our mandates. Now, some of that we anticipated because of COVID. Those costs had gone through the roof, right? So we were really, really high on that as well in the pandemic, mostly because of having to transition our clients to the state hospital versus the Yavapai solution that is less expensive. So we're seeing cost reduction there, but we also are seeing some caseload reduction, which would save us money. So it's hard. So I think that the benefit of the 1-year extension really allows us to continue to evaluate that trend and determine in the long run, as we look at it today, the recurring costs would be $844,000 of recurring into the budget. However, if again, we can continue to evaluate the success of the impact on restoration to competency, we could definitely look at, if there's a recurring reduction on the other end of some of our expenses that are currently in the budget that we can anticipate, it may bring that net cost down and make it a little more sort of on paper affordable, if you will, to put it into a recurring budget scenario for fiscal year 26.
And it'd be great because I remember when they were telling us about the substantial reduction. I mean, if I recall off the top of my head, it was like $500,000 for a reduction in costs. And I may be wrong on that, but I remember it was very substantial. It'd be worth taking a look at that. That's going to be helpful. I think the whole Division 7, when we have a very tight budget, is one of those, I think, that I've heard from my colleagues, and certainly for me, is something I would love to see how we can juggle it. And I don't know if that means going back to the presiding judge and getting his further input on this. But with this tight budget and with the expense of that court, it would be great to get some numbers.
I have another question, just looking at the bottom of here where the Division 7 requests extension. It says, we were quoted earlier 400 and some change, and here it's saying a one-time of $500,000. But what is this courtroom technology overage? Because that's an additional $125,000. And so as we're having these conversations, if we have $1 million to allocate, now all of a sudden, this is no longer in the 400s range, but now in the 625 range. That eats up a lot of other allocations.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. So, we have done the overall forecasting on the ARPA funding for backlog, looking at some departments being over, some departments being under in their allocation. And so the $500,000 number is the finance department number of what we believe we would need to backfill to continue it through June 30th. However, but just for expectation setting in terms of the backlog project, one of the projects that was funded was courtroom technology. And that project has, the estimate for that, I believe, has come in over what was allocated by about $125,000. And we parsed that out because really we were taking the system of approach of, again, maybe some departments are under in their backlog funding and may end under, some may end over. And so being able to move all those dollars around excluding moving any savings from one department to courtroom technology, because I think that's been some of the conversation amongst some of the partners in the criminal justice system was, well, I'm not going to spend all my ARPA, so you can have it for courtroom tech. But the way that we did the forecasting was we said, where's everyone going to end baseline, right? And then the tech program or project kind of set aside separately. And so just knowing that, you know, we could look at this differently and say that is also part of it, in which case that one-time cost does increase to 625,000. But I think to the question of Supervisor Horseman as well, could we go, is there anything in partnership perhaps with the system we could look at in terms of court enhancement funds or other funds that they have to help then supplement that courtroom tech project?
Are there any other questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Fowler?
Section 7 and when it was presented, it was mental health. It's when it was the Division 7 was presented, it was a mental health court, a specialty court in there, and it was actually, so Division 7 is not it's not the backlog that they're working on. I don't know where that backlog division went to. And so is one of the other divisions disappearing? Because Division 7 is now mental health court. So I don't understand that.
Supervisor Fowler, members of the board. So to your point, as well as to Chair Vasquez's point and Supervisor Horseman, Ted Reed, our presiding judge, has been very cooperative and knows the financial situation that we're in going forward. A couple of things with that court. We know we have the recovery court and the mental health court needs and the success that we have in our community with those. And also, there was quite a significant backlog. So being able to address many of those cases that get backlogged in the court system. To answer your question, I think, as I had said, court administration has been cooperative, and presiding Judge Reed has come to us through this budget process, knowing the significant cost of this, knowing our financial situation with the expenditure limitation in our capped revenues. And so I would probably feel more comfortable with a representative of the court answering that question.
Yeah, I guess there's just more questions to be answered. Maybe we need to have you all, we all meet, or you all meet with them again, and to answer some of these questions, because, you know, I go back to the state being responsible for our court system. And do we really need to take this on? Where are the other divisions? How is it all set up? I trust our presiding judge and staff, but is this the only way that we can address this? There's so much need in all the other department as well, and all the other departments. And so how do we, I'm just trying to figure out where the balance is going to be. And this is going to be, like I said, everything is on the table. And so how, if the courts take up all of the $1 million, then there isn't anything for any other departments.
In essence, the court funding going forward would be about half of the total $1 million in rough numbers, right, Siri? And so, and yes, it is as a political subdivision of the state, have that court system through the Arizona Office of the Courts. And then we in Coconino County and locally have these really progressive parts of our court system and our criminal justice system and our rehabilitation system pathways with the jail, for example.
Which we want to keep.
Which we want to keep.
Yes.
The level of service.
Which we absolutely support and want to keep. However, we want to really look at how we allocate our dollars and to make sure that we support them at this, maybe to a certain extent, and at the same time be able to look at all our other departments as well. Thank you.
I just have something as well. I just wanted to ask the courts itself, as far as our general fund, what percentage goes to the court system?
Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Chair. You stumped me off the top of my head, but I can certainly look that up and get you the number.
Thank you. Supervisor Horseman.
When you add, of course, in the jail and you add in the sheriff's department, et cetera, I mean, the judicial system is a huge part of it. And of course, I absolutely agree with Supervisor Fowler. This is, and it's not just Coconino County, it's all across state of Arizona. And that is that these unfunded mandates and really the requirements of the state, which should be picking up our court system, do not. And so we can say, yeah, it's supposed to be the state, but then that does not provide the services we need for our community. And as I said before, our providing access to justice is a top priority for us as supervisors. How we provide it and the money, et cetera, I think is going to be the hardest part of our budget discussion going forward.
And thank you. We do have Sharon Yates and Shelley Bacon here from the court system as our court administrators to answer any of those questions as well. Siri is looking up the percentage of the criminal justice system on our general fund for your question. And
But
Is it?
it's me, but that could be operator
we-
error. And I think we need some more numbers, and we need to find out about the restoration of competency. And we really need to take a look at it. And I would really like a discussion with Judge Reed and the rest of the courts to see a way that we can keep fund Division 7 for the half a year. But we need to get pencil to paper to really trim it down as much as we can.
Thank you. And then an additional question I have, I don't see it on here, but we were told that we have about $1 million to allocate. What are some of the other projects that we're looking at? Because that's another consideration. While we want to support the mental health court, we want to find a way to fund it. We also want to make sure that we're not letting things fall through the cracks, some other key services in our county.
Chair Vasquez, yeah, thank you. So some criteria we can look at with that. We can call them investments. Those that are revenue generating positions, sustaining the staff that we have in place. So for example, we could, and this is where, and then hearing the board priorities. And we know that you as a board have a lot of initiatives that you would like to see accomplished, both within the organization and in our communities. So for example, looking at in terms of investments, the treasurer has some increments that have been proposed, and those are investments in a revenue generator, right? So we could look at those temp wages. The county attorney, in terms of their evidence management software, it's about 70,000. Short-term rental data services, I know Jay Christelman is on, and that's been, in terms of a program that we can really applaud ourselves on as a county, establishing that short-term rental program, as well as the system in place for those permits. Those permits do generate revenues for us to be able to provide those services, and those are annual permits. And so to manage that data, if I remember correctly, we have about roughly 850 short-term rentals in the county, and now registered, we have over 750. So we've really closed that gap significantly. And that's due in large part to many things: the dedication of staff, the Board of Supervisors communication out into the public and the need to get registered, and also the data services that allows us to congregate the data to be able to really determine VRBO, Airbnb, whatever the platform is, where are they located? It is. It is. We know that there are always needs in our information technology department. There always have been, as long as we've been associated with the budget here in the county, and technology ever increasing. And then the COVID experience really increased our use of that technology, and we've all benefited from it. So if you as supervisors are in a location at a meeting at a chapter house, or at your office in a offsite location, we can still be in that constant communication and still meet face to face virtually, which has really changed the way that we do business in a positive way in terms of efficiencies. Health and Human Services with a grant coordinator, fully loaded. That's over, with benefits and everything. And again, that grant coordinator brings in revenues to us. That's about 109,000. We also have an emergency management. Yeah, what I'm speaking of. We do. You want to pull it up? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So we'll pull it up and just please know, these are investment options. This is us saying, hey, here are some things that we could look at, knowing that you as a board are going to want to look at, you're going to have priorities that you're going to want us to look at, and how can we make that work financially? So we're pulling up what I'm speaking off of now. Yeah, hasn't been handed out yet. And so this is, yeah, thank you, Siri.
And I'm not sure what's the best way to go forward with this, because it seems like, I think it's important for us to say, hey, we're concerned about Division 7. I
Right.
don't want that to get us off on, just a piecemeal approach to something that, quite frankly, we need to have things 1, 2, 3,
know.
4, 5, 6.
I
So
know. And so what is the best way? Well, there probably isn't one, but Siri is pulling up. Here's some investment options. And this is where it's tricky for us as staff, because there are, as we had said, revenue generating positions, sustaining staff we have in place, and then really looking at the board priorities and your ability to communicate that to us going forward. So if we're looking at expending that $1 million capacity, and we don't have a lot of capacity, here are some options, and we can sort of add to this list, take away from this list as we see fit in our conversations.
if I may, Chair. And that $1 million capacity is if we take the recommendation that's been made, right?
That's right.
So we haven't even gone through that recommendation. So we might be able to make some cuts or not
Right.
in the recommendation that's made. So, I mean, that's where, having things piecemeal is really kind of working at a disadvantage for us.
So for example, a recommendation, Supervisor Horseman, that's been made has been the 10% CPI and having that handout. And is that something that we want to do? And what's the total cost of that 10% CPI? Compensation, right? There are. Yeah. The details, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Andy, Steve, Sue, and others that are here. So, and I just want to say, the way we're going about this process, I kind of feel uncomfortable with it. Only because, I think that, maybe meeting with each one of the departments and answering all the questions, we're talking about less dollars possibly, we're talking about CPIs. What if that department doesn't need this 10%, how they need 8%, the other needs 11%, those type of things. And so I'm just sitting here thinking, how can we do this? And then we also have a lot of vacancies, like our adult probation, they have 11 vacancies. How long have they been vacant? How are we gonna deal with those? Are we going to continue the vacants? And there's so many questions that I have, regarding how the approach is going. And so and then the dollars too, we may have to wheel and deal with the directors themselves, so that we all, and then we have mandates. Yeah, how do we go about that? What can they do with and what can they do without, just a lot of stuff, questions for each one of the department heads and maybe their finance people. I think that way, we'll know. Right now, they don't know how much is actually out there and what we're really looking at as the end of the year. taking what's going on up till the end of the year balances. And we have little percentages on there, but for me, I want as a board member, I like to see numbers, and then what's recurring, not recurring. You have all of that, but it's kind of like in two areas. And it's hard for me to be trying to get information and trying to see the whole picture in itself. So, but I think, and then we have the one time, and then I mentioned the recurring, and then the vacancies, and then, and of course, the compensation, and all the other stuff that's mandated on us. And so I'm just sitting here looking at each one of the programs, and I'm just like, okay, where do we actually go from here, to really get down to the nitty gritty? Because we're gonna have to really, not using percentages, but numbers that we might be able to use. And I think that would be better, it's just thinking that's why I was quiet, just sitting here thinking, how can we do this? And I'm not sure what my other colleagues think about that, but I just wanted to throw that out.
Vice Chair Begay, taking what you had just said, and we definitely hear you on the numbers and diving into those numbers, as well as what Supervisor Horseman had said is on the recommendation or the assumptions, really wanting to know what those are and diving into those numbers a little bit. So there are a couple of different ways we could go about it. One would be we dive into each of these assumptions and sort of sort those out to start, or we start going through the increments as proposed by departments and start having a conversation about each of those. And so those are kind of the two ways that we could start rolling up our sleeves and sorting this out.
So I wanted to say, like, the increases that there are increments that the staff we're looking at for staff, maybe we could have two percentages, because only reason why I say that is because if we don't have the money, then we really can't do that much. But if we do have the expenditure limit, that's not going to even kick in till the next year. So so how do we do this?
So if I can add, I was just looking and I added up all the investments, which is under $1 million here. But if you add the IT for the courts, that's another 125. That puts us over by $18,500. That's reasonable. I thought it was gonna be a lot more than that. So
CI funds. Just kidding.
possibly, I mean, if necessary, everything is on the table. But that does make at least me personally more comfortable with this conversation, because we have $1 million to play with and we're only over by $18,000. I thought it was gonna be a lot larger.
And Chair, if I can just clarify, that is with just those items, so not the full request list that was submitted by departments.
I'm going off of what's on this list that says investments.
That's a problem. And I agree with you, Supervisor Begay. We don't know. And, when we talked before about we didn't want a 3-week process, and that a lot of the information about the departments, which was so important for us last time and was important this time, to kind of include that as part of our regular board meeting so that we didn't need to do a 3-week process. That didn't mean we didn't want the process. We were just trying to streamline the process so that we could get more into the budget numbers themselves. And so I feel we did a really good job of the overview of the departments and was very important for us. But now we need to get into the budgets in those departments. And I feel we haven't done that. And I like the overview. I like us discussing. We can give all of us what we think is the most important part of the budget, or all of it's the most important part, or whatever. But we still need to go through the departments. We still need to go through the budget. We need to see the recommendations that the county management is making, county manager is making, and what the request was and what the county manager is making and why. That's my thoughts.
Do we have any other board opinions? Supervisor Fowler, Supervisor Hess.
I'm just learning. So I'm just kind of taking it all in and seeing, I like your guys' approach and the different thought process. I think we definitely need to start with, are we digging in deep like we're doing with the staff's kind of swag at it, and then we can start looking at, I think we gotta go through a little bit more detail on the options. And then we can start, when we have questions, go to those departments. But I would like to hear the staff's recommendations fully.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler.
Jump. We're just being, what's brought to us is just really the summary of what is, in the end, what we're gonna be seeing. What the recommendations were is right here, the lists and the assumptions. And then we just have to go back and just go by departments and seeing where the recommendations are without the departments coming back and doing their presentations all over again. That's just gonna take a lot more time. So here we have the general funds request here right before us. So we can just go down by the departments. And that's where we're at.
Vice Chair
I
Begay.
thi- Yes, I think basically just not going over and having them, we just want to talk about their little packets here, nothing else. And that's it, and then come to a consensus and go from there, and, I think that would be better. And that's all I'm saying. We already came back, they already came back and did their, their presentations, everything already. We just need this portion of it here so we can discuss this, and that's it. Because I know there's a lot of vacancies in here. What are we gonna do with that? Is there gonna be cost savings if we, put two vacancies together and rename it or something to save some costs? Those type of things is, I think, would be something that would be very helpful at this time because of the funds that we may get and may not get. And then plus, we're talking expenditure and plan limits and this and that, but we're not gonna have that till after a year. So I'm just, that's what it is. Yeah, we do have a lot of information here, but we just have questions, but we have to all work at this together. And I think, that's the only way we can, but we want to continue today's meeting. We don't want to put it off or anything. We can just start having people come in and we can just go through that right away, and it shouldn't take that long.
So I was going to call on County Manager, but before I do, it sounds like what I'm hearing, we want to go through the increment requests by department, that the key assumptions that we're okay with and we can move forward on. Okay, in that case, Manager Brew, I'll hand it over to you.
I'd like a 10-minute recess so we can confer staff.
We will take a 10-minute recess. We'll come back at 11:15. Thank you. Hmm. Uh, that I'll hand it over to DCM Burleson.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. And so thank you for the time to sort of regroup a bit. So we definitely heard you and thank you for the feedback. And wanting to go through detail on the increments as proposed by departments, as well as the key assumptions that we've included in the budget package presented before you today. So two different options for how we can approach this. One option is we start going through the assumptions, and with that, it would be the CPI numbers and what's included with that 10% in each departmental budget, and then the compensation plan as proposed with that 2.5% and how that impacts the budget. So we can have that conversation to begin, or if you would like, we can go through the increments by line item with each department. And the departments that many are here, we have many people online. There are 50 participants online, in fact. And so departments should be on standby to be able to answer any questions as you may have them as we go through that process. So the two options are assumptions that's included in the budget to begin, or increment conversation.
Mr. Horstman.
So for example, on the CPI, the 10% by budgets, 10% CPI by department, is that CPI by department based on the budget submitted by each department or based on the recommendation of the budget for the county? I mean, for example.
It's based on the recommendation for the budget by the county manager with noting the needs in the department for, because as we had noted on Tuesday, we are expending our budgets, goods, services, utilities, et cetera. So that CPI 10% is based on the needs of the department for operation.
If I can just add a little bit to it, it was calculated though based on the department's base budget for 25, meaning the starting point, if we did nothing else in the budget, what would their budget look like from an operating perspective? Then just 10% of that.
So it's not based on the recommendations, it's based on what each budget stated they wanted.
Based on their base budget. So they really don't, unfortunately, every department has a base budget approach where they have the same money as last year, essentially with adjustments. So their starting point and then 10%.
That explains it. So it's not based on what the county manager recommendation would be. It's based on the base budget, which is really what last year's budget was.
Thank you, Supervisor. Yes, and then it is included in the assumption that was put before you in terms of the total budget. But yes, that's correct.
And one more question, I'm sorry. And in terms of the base budget from last year, but that base budget was built on having ARPA funds, right?
Thank you, Supervisor. So this is just the general fund component. And so those are separated.
Thank you. You've answered my questions.
Okay, so we've been given two options. Vice Chair Begay.
What are the options?
The two options, thank you. I was going to go into either the discussion right now about key assumptions, which would include CPI and compensation package, or getting into the actual department requests. What would the board like to do moving forward? Vice Chair Begay.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think that we should start with the increments, because we don't want to have people wait. They set this time aside, and might take a while again just to go through the assumptions for each one of them again. And through that, I think we could talk to the departments. I think we'll get most of our answers from there. So that's my thought. I'm not sure what my other colleagues are thinking.
Supervisors? All right, well, we have one vote that way, and then I'm okay with it. Let's go into increments.
Okay, thank you. Siri is just getting ready to put that up on the screen with the increments. What do we need to do to help, Siri?
So thank you, Chair and members of the board. So what you're seeing on your screen is the general fund increment summary. So these were all of the requests that were submitted by departments. You will. Yeah. And before we dive in, you do have a few options for viewing these as well. So as noted there, it's in your overview. Then the details for these are all living within each department tab. So they're alphabetical, your tabs are alphabetical. Now, those books are also pretty significant. So if you would prefer a boiled down version that just has a summary page for the department and their increment requests, but does not include their presentations, we can get you a smaller book to work from if you would prefer that. It's really a matter of preference. The books you have right now exactly match the smaller version we have over there, with the exception of the department presentations you already received. So if anyone would prefer that, I'm happy to grab a smaller one. Yes.
And Siri, to reiterate, the only thing the small book does not include is the previous presentations that the departments have done. Those are in the larger book.
Correct. Yeah, sorry about that.
All right, well, in that case, can we start going through the first department?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Chair and members of the board. So the first department on our list is the assessor, just going alphabetically, no other order than that. And they had two requests. So the first request was for a new FTE for an additional appraiser. And then the second request they made was to continue one of those limited term FTEs that had previously been funded for 3 years. I will note, you'll see a little star on that on your overview and on the screen. That one is actually funded already for fiscal year 25. So the expiration date on that one is not until the end of fiscal year 25. And so if no action were to be taken today, that position would continue fully funded through this upcoming fiscal year. But the new one, then the new request is the appraiser FTE. And Lindsay, I don't know if we have a representative.
Thank you, Siri. We do have Casey Dorman on, so she's been promoted. She just needs to accept.
And just for clarification, because we are going through this, so we're going through increment requests here. These investments here, these are included in here as well, or are these something separate and we're looking through increment requests?
Thank you, Chair. So at this point, we are going through all of the increment requests. Some of them were reflected in that initial sort of conversation investment option you were presented. But taking a step back from that, I think it makes sense to set that aside and let's look at all of the increments. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And Chair Vasquez, members of the board, to reiterate what Siri had said, there is, in going through all of the increments, about $1 million of capacity to be able to fund these as we go through, if we include the assumptions that we also will need to discuss. The assumptions in the budget with the 10% CPI, and then the compensation conversation.
Okay. Well, let's get through the increments first, and then we can dive into the nitty gritty.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, just one further clarification. If we're going off the main increment requests, this sheet, so we'll follow this, and then we'll reference the materials in your book for each department. If we do not go to a department, you pass some up, it's because they do not have any increment requests.
Thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
We're skipping adult probation because at this time, because we have no increment requests from them.
And Chair Casey Dorman is on if you have questions or if you'd like her to come up and speak to the requests.
Mr. Chair, if you would like, we can read aloud from the cover page of each one of these to point out some significant points. If you would like that, just to keep us moving along. Okay. With your permission. Casey, do you have the materials in front of you? Would you like us to do it or would you like to do it?
I do. I do have the I have the increment request form that Siri is sharing. I have that on my screen. Do you have more specific questions about what we presented for the budget presentation or specific budget presentation?
Casey, maybe you could go over the amount of the CAMA appraiser and just a brief explanation of what that CAMA appraiser is, and then the second position as well.
Certainly. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Basically, the CAMA appraiser provides the capability of handling all of our annual revaluation of properties, which essentially frees up the rest of our appraisal team to continue completing the pending permits that we haven't been able to complete at this point. So as you know, the county is growing substantially, and with that comes a lot more building. And we basically have had the same number of appraisers for several years. So all of the existing appraisal staff currently handles those market adjustments and those revaluations, which removes them from being able to pick up the permits and handle the field work that we are able to essentially contribute to the levy at the end of the year. So the CAMA appraiser, we would fill that as an existing appraiser 2, which I believe is a grade 11 or grade 12 actually at this point. And so the 81,000 covers the pay grade table for that particular grade level. And then the admin support FT, we feel this is really important because, again, of the size of the county, it does continue to grow. And with that, we have a lot more paperwork. We have a lot more customer support that we need to provide. One of the main factors that our customer service team handles is the property tax relief programs. So with that, they are able to help the public in terms of reducing their taxes, and so we feel that was an important one that we need to stay on top of. And in order to do that, it's essential to have an extra person on the customer service team.
But Casey, the admin support is funded through FY25.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Chair, if I may.
Supervisor Horstman.
And I'm assuming then that all of your, the rest of your positions are fully funded within the appraiser's office.
Yes.
Vice Chair Begay.
Yeah, I was looking at the department summary on page 2. I don't know why I'm not seeing the 81,000. Why is that not on here and it's on funded for general funds? Is that another pot of money that we're looking at separately?
I'm sorry, Supervisor, I had a hard time hearing the question. On page 2, there is the FY25 increment request for the general fund. Under recurring, there are 2 requests, and those are the same as you see on your screen, the appraiser FTE, and then that admin support continuation. Is that what you're looking for? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions on the assessor's department? Okay, thank you for going through that. Next
Thank you.
item, please. Oh, Vice Chair.
So we're going to be getting how much money we may have at the end of the year on a separate sheet of paper, right? and then what new fundings are coming in, and then you're gonna have all these, on one spreadsheet for each department? Is that how we're gonna be approving the final budget?
So Supervisor Begay, the information on what the fiscal year 24 will end with has been incorporated into the fiscal year amount of funds carrying into fiscal year 25, either one time or recurring. So there's not a separate scenario with fiscal year 24. We do have some requests to carry over some appropriations, which may be what your question is regarding. In which case, those are really special projects that were appropriated in fiscal year 24 or sometimes earlier that are multi-year projects. Once they're allocated, when they are a special project, a larger project, say a capital facility, or for example, our facilities HVAC system is a multi-year implementation, it's allocated in the first year, and then any unspent funds are carried over into the next fiscal year. So those are already also incorporated into the assumption that any of those special project dollars that are requested to be carried over have already been considered, and that budget appropriation essentially will move to the next fiscal year.
Is there a way that we can have a little spreadsheet on that?
So yes, if you look in your overview section and you flip to the end of it, there's a page, also blue, sorry, but there's a footer on it that says fiscal year carryover requests in the big, yeah, that was a shortcoming of the small book. Yes. The best intentions. Yes, so the pages 1, 2, and 3 of carryover requests, that is the list. And I'm happy to sort of recap, but by and large, most things on here, especially when it comes to general fund, are things either that have been established as an automatic carryover. For example, you can see the first several lines are the district operations and community initiatives. That has already been set up as the type of budget that whatever is unspent in one year will roll to the next year automatically through that carryover process. And then also we've had some special projects. Some of them are capital, some of them are more operational, but special allocations. So, as we've had trouble, for example, acquiring vehicles, if there were dollars given for vehicles in one year, those are being carried over because we could not acquire the vehicles by year end. Or other types of maybe small dollar capital, and in other cases, large dollar capital. The Tribal Nation Service Center is one that's a multi-year project. We have not expended all the funds that we've put towards them. In fact, we haven't expended most of the funds that we've set aside, but we want to make sure that doesn't die, because the way that the budget works is that appropriations are annual. And so the money goes into the budget on an annual basis, and whatever is not spent at year end typically ends, right? And we have a new appropriation for the new fiscal year. So the way that we can take something from one year and move it into the next is simply by carrying it over.
I was just kind of looking at the carryover, not the requests, just to carry over dollars for each one of the departments as you go through this. And then what monies are going to be, you're looking at that's going to be coming in. And then just, it's just a balance of some type that we are the primary fiscal responsibility. That's our responsibility as a board. And I just want to make sure that, our projections are in line with what we're really, doing. And I trust that, but, we just have to go back in, and double check. And that's what I would like to see. Maybe that, I would like to see that. And then plus the 10% you're talking about, just one single line all the way across for the right departments. When you have time, maybe the next session, it's nothing urgent.
Thank you. So just to recap what I'm hearing, I believe you're looking for an expenditure budget for each department but on one piece of paper for the total expenditures. Okay. Yes, we can do that.
And then I'm assuming this has been recommended by county manager.
Supervisor Horstman, the increment you're speaking of? Actually, Supervisor Horstman, this is not on that investment list that we had talked about, which is right? So of that, so again, we're now going through all of the increments and noting that there's about $1 million to be able to invest with all of these.
So what we did the past 2 years for budget, which seemed to work very effectively, is that we got the requests and then we got the recommendation from the county manager too. And that whether that increment request was accepted or not. And I'd love to get that breakdown if we can.
Yeah, and I think part of what the confusion is we have the list of the investments, but we don't have the recommendations increment by increment. So it feels like there's a disconnect between the requests from the different departments and the summary without the actual requests of why the county managers is suggesting some and suggesting that we pass on others.
Mr. Chair, if it is not on the assessment or investment list, if it's not, then they are not being recommended.
If I may. So if we're going to go through this increment, which I do like, can we get just at the end of the day, after, not the end of the day, after each department, just yay or nay, what's your yay and what's your nay on? So.
Yeah, because that goes back to what I was asking earlier about the investment sheet, correlating it. Which ones are we talking about and which ones are not? Because I didn't see a direct correlation between the two sheets.
But again, if it's not on the investment sheet, it's not being recommended. And there are, again, a lot of, we'll go through it. I'm not saying we will not do what you've asked, but just to clarify, there are many, many more not able to fund this year than able to fund, just given where we're at.
Got it. It's implicit but not explicit, and that's what we're asking to clarify so we can move forward. Thank you. So with that, please continue. Next item.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. So the next item on the sheet is actually a request that was initiated by the Board of Supervisors in a prior budget year, and it's not funded in the fiscal year 25 budget. That is for a tribal affairs specialist FTE.
So we'll look into that next year is what you're saying. It's not on the it's not being recommended for 2025, correct?
It's not currently being recommended for.
But thanks.
So then moving on to our community development department, we do have a handful of requests from community development you can see on the screen. And just a note, again, there are 3 that have asterisks. One has 2 asterisks. The 2 that have 1 asterisk, the plan examiner and the building inspector. So lines 2 and 3, those again are funded through fiscal year 25. They were 3-year limited term positions. So with no action, those will continue in fiscal year 25. The request this year was to sort of put them into the budget beyond 25 on a recurring basis. But so right now that's not being recommended because they're in the budget already for 25. However, the first one, the environmental quality specialist 1, that was also a 3-year position. It is set to expire midway through this fiscal year. The current recommendation on your other sheet is to continue this through this fiscal year as well to give continuity to that existing position and fold it into the budget. So it's the recommendation is to continue, so half the recurring costs to continue this position through the end of this fiscal year. And again, for reevaluation, depending on our funding outlook for fiscal year 26. So that is the recommended increment there. There's also some long range planning projects that are being requested that I know Jay is on. He can speak to some other items, but the other one that is also on the recommendation list is that it's about halfway down for $52,000. And again, changing it to one time just based on where we are financially, but the short-term rental data services. And then you can see the rest of the requests. Now, I will note on many of these as well, in coming up with the recommendation, because these note, you can see CPI, a lot of the recommendations went sort of hand in hand with the department 10% CPI, allowing departments then the flexibility to prioritize using that CPI towards their other increments or towards the increased cost of operations as they see fit. So that was kind of part of the comprehensive recommendation with the 10%. But for this department, then it's the two items, and I will highlight them for you so you can better differentiate what was recommended.
So just
Supervisor Horstman.
because I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. This, where it says 1 million investment options, which
Yes.
is a fairly short summary. When we go through each one of these, if the request is not on here, it is not being recommended.
Correct.
Got it.
All right, please continue.
So we have Director Krisselman on if you would like him to speak to his requests.
Are there any questions about community development's increment requests?
These are all for FY 25, right? Okay. And then, in the event, I think, funding is something that we might run into. Maybe prioritization of some type, if anything. So,
Yes, and thank you, Supervisor Begay. I should have mentioned that. So all of the increments you see are actually in the order requested by the department. So they did provide, in many cases, they provided us a prioritization, and we tried to put them in the same order. When we did not receive a prioritization, we did our best to put them in an order based on our conversations. But by and large, we were given sort of a 1 through 5 or 1 through 3 or whatever. And so they are in that order.
So the only question I would ask, if I may, Chair, is for community development. Obviously, we passed a short-term rental ordinance that we want to make sure is, and in fact, well, hopefully is revenue producing, number one. And we want to make sure then that the staffing and technology is there for them to continue to enforce that short-term rental ordinance. And I'm assuming if Jay is on, he can answer that.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Supervisors, good Friday morning. Jay Krisselman, Community Development. Absolutely, Supervisor Horstman. So we are fortunate in that the service for permitting each of those short-term rentals overwhelmingly pays for this request, as well as the FTE that was granted. The recruitment actually starts next week for that position. Hopefully we're successful this time. And then also the term limited positions, we analyzed that the permit fees, the increase in permit fees are also covering the cost for those positions. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from board members? My only question is, and I get it because of short-term rentals, but why is short-term rental data services lower on the priority list?
Mr. Chair, that's for me or Siri? I'm sorry.
For you.
Okay.
Is that because that's being recommended, but it's actually lower on your recommendation list? So I'm just curious.
Mr. Chair, I'm not 100% certain that this is indicative of the importance in which we entered those items. Otherwise, the planning intern would be at the bottom. I think that they're somewhat random.
Oh, thank you. And it was
Yeah.
also pointed out to me that that's one of those positions that pays for itself. So that probably has something to do with it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can we go on to next department, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair and members of the board. The next department is our Flagstaff Constable. While they did not put in, you will not see an actual written request for this in budget discussions, and just based on history of that department, the Flagstaff Constable, of course, has the elected position, and they also have some temp wages that are supporting an additional position to support Flagstaff Constable activities. And typically that position is funded for around 10 to 15 hours a week, I believe, of support. In addition to the elected position, they would like to essentially double that, double the number of hours of support that they're getting from that position, which would be about a $10,000 a year expense.
And again, that's not being recommended.
Oh, correct. And that is not being recommended.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on this request? Okay, please continue.
Okay, thank you, Chair and members of the board. The next one, and I'm going to go ahead and highlight. So the county attorney's office again had their requests that include the continuation related to Division 7 or ARPA positions. They also had some other increment requests for a drug prosecution FTE moving. It's an FTE that is budgeted in a special revenue fund. The request is to move it to the general fund, and then some general fund operating. The two that I've just highlighted in yellow were on your recommendation list. The evidence management software, that is a system we've already implemented. There's a cost that comes with it. So that is being recommended for that reason. And then the other one is the intake and felony support. This is 3 positions, but it's also kind of in that comprehensive 500,000 to continue Division 7 recommendation. This is folded into that.
Do we have any questions about county attorney's requests? Just for which one of these requests here are tied into the mental health court?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's that intake and felony support, and then in parentheses, you'll see ARPA positions. And just to help navigate this for any others as well, in the notes section off to the right where it says ARPA continuation, all of those are going to end up being related to the Division 7.
Good to know. Thank you. All right. Are there any other questions of county attorney's request? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Supervisor Fowler and members of the board. So on your investment sheet, the evidence management software is the second from the bottom there for county attorney. And then you'll see these top 2 where it says department various. Those are going to be a collective recommendation because the recommendation was not piecemeal in terms of one department's request related to the court versus others. So we put them collectively because it kind of is an all or nothing, if you will, in terms of the recommendation anyway. And so you'll see the detail under the request, continue Division 7 through 6/30/25. Or that's the recommendation rather, includes 3 county attorney FTEs. So it is folded into that, that piece, if you will. And then we'll see that again when we get to the public defender, when we get to the Superior Court and the mental health liaison discussion as well. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from board members? Okay. We can move on to the next department. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. The next one that we are looking at is the county manager's office. And there were some requests, and I'll just note on the 4th request, that was actually an outside agency request, and we were hoping to get to an outside agency conversation either today or perhaps on the 14th or 15th, where we look at that partner funding, which includes creative Flagstaff. So in your outside agency section, there's a memo about this and there's some other information. But if we want to hold on that right now and have an outside agency discussion a little bit later, because it's not a department request and we don't have anybody here from Creative Flagstaff, but there's also a memo that sort of ties to this request. Other than that, when we look at county manager, they had 3 requests in their budget for this year, and the primary election and general election costs was in the recommendation for a one-time $650,000.
And the only question I have, so just the items included for baseline assumptions, those aren't included in the investors. That's a different expense and will be coming out of a different fund, or is that already built into the general fund expenses?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, you're right. I should have clarified that. So it is general fund, but it's not the million. We had sort of those sort of off the top, if you will, things that that were on the screen that, certainly revisiting CPI and compensation later on. This was another one that was just seen as sort of, whether we say we're funding it or not, we have to run the election, we have to have poll workers, we're going to end up paying for it. So we did account for that prior to the $1 million. We will see that when we get to the recorder's office as well. So it's not on your investment sheet because it was just so fundamental to operations, quite honestly. that it was baked in from the very beginning as an assumption. Mhm.
Thank you. We just needed that clarified. Again, some of these great documents, but they're a little implicit. And if you don't clarify it for us, it's not explicit enough for us to understand it that way. So please clarify where possible.
Great point. Thank you.
Supervisor Horseman.
And I'm assuming the expenditure limit information to the public, is that rolled into this as well?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Horseman. That was not submitted as an increment. Again, kind of as just something that we're going to need to do. We need to do the education campaign. So that is another one of those items as we think of the PowerPoint slide that had assumptions on it, including those mandates. That was also included.
Because we should then have a list of
Okay.
these others that were not included in the investment options that need to be included in the budget.
Thank you. And they were included in what was presented getting to the $1 million. But I will get a summary of that so you can sort of see what it was before the million and then crosswalking into the million. We can certainly do that.
Thank you.
All right, please continue.
Okay. So then the next two that you will see on your list are for emergency management. They did request 2 separate grant match allocations. And so as we look at our recommendation sheet, you'll see that the recommendation is for the BRIC grant general fund match. And the reason behind that is that this is an activity in talking to emergency management that the county is going to be required to do in terms of updating some emergency planning. And so in funding the match, we're able to actually leverage dollars. This would be much higher to just fund the project on its own. The request was to fund a match and get some other leverage dollars for the initiative. So that is why it was on the recommendations list. And then I see that Wes is on as well if he wants to speak to that one, or the second request was for another grant match. And so I will turn it over to Wes or to Chair if you have questions.
I guess my question is, what is the HMGP Phase 2 award 25% match? And I see we're not recommending that. So if we could just see what is that and why we're not recommending it.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, board members. Thank you for the conversation. On the first one, Siri is exactly correct. That is a 25% match for a contractor to complete our update of our countywide multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. That plan is required to be updated by FEMA every 5 years. And it is the only plan that FEMA actually formally reviews and approves. It is a very complicated process, takes about a year to complete that update. That's why we're asking now so we can start toward the end of this year with that plan to have it done. Our plan is due again to FEMA in March of 2026. So that's why we've made that request. HMGP, Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. Coconino County is the first county in the country that was awarded funding just shy of $400,000 for fuels reduction in Munns Park. We've identified 26 residential properties that are located in such a manner as to broadcast fire into Munns Park. Those property owners have been contacted. We're working with them regularly to make sure that they are interested in having fuels mitigation work done on their private properties to reduce fire threat. The phase 2 is the actual work, the actual cutting of trees, removal of debris, things of that nature. We are currently in phase 1. In fact, we're meeting with Munns Park tonight at 6:30 to do the planning for each of the residential properties. Once that planning is completed, those plans are sent back to FEMA for review under NEPA or Environmental Historic Preservation. Once those plans are approved, we will move to phase 2 and begin the actual cutting. So this particular award is the second half, or the second portion of a process that we have already begun. The grant was originally applied for in March of 2020. It's taken us about 4 years to land this because of the uniqueness of the work. So with that, I'll leave it for questions, sir.
Supervisor Horstman.
So what you're saying is we have a $400,000 grant that we need to match in the amount of 96,000, and it's not being recommended at this time. Is that correct? And that means we will lose that $400,000 grant?
Chair Horseman, members of the board, Supervisor Vasquez, you had asked why it's not being recommended. It is for 26 properties, private property. The grant was originally applied for in 2020. It's for a specific area, Munns Park. So I think it was a matter of when we looked at those investments and the 1 million that we had, and these are the difficult choices that we need to make. The 1 million we have available, do we want to utilize that capacity to fund this grant? Or it is forest restoration. Are there other ways that we could look at, or working with our partner agencies, et cetera, fire departments, et cetera, to be able to fund this to move forward?
We should probably put that in that separate list that we've been talking about. Because if we have a $400,000 monies available and monies available that's taken us 4 years to get it, we may not be able to do it. But I think these are why we wanted to go through this, so that
Right.
we could make those decisions. So that let's put that on the let's discuss list.
Just a follow-up question. What is the timeline on this? So for example, is this something that will have to be matched in FY25, or is it something that possibly could carry over into 26?
Chair Vasquez, members of the board, oh, sorry, Supervisor Fowler, to interrupt. As Wes had indicated, we had applied in 2020. It looks like it's taken a few years to get this running. We're in a better place than we have been. And I note that Lucinda Andriani, our flood control district administrator, is online as well, as I believe she knows some of the history with this as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Wes, I thought it also included some of the some properties within Coconino Village as well. Is that still the case, or did that get narrowed in the process?
No, ma'am, there are 4 properties in Coconino Village also. They are currently undeveloped properties, but they are properties that could convey fire. So yes, ma'am, you are correct.
Yeah, and those properties are actually, I believe, owned by the HOA, and they're large, I'll say, open space areas within Coconino that are really important to mitigate as well. And so I think, Wes, the key here is what the chair just brought up is, what do we think that if it's taken 4 years to get to this part, when do we think we've actually got to mobilize those dollars? I'll be honest, my expectation is it won't all mobilize in the next year, but do you have any better sense of that?
We do. Again, we're meeting with Munns Park residents tonight to get them signed up for the plans for each of their properties. But you are correct, Lucinda. I don't believe, because of fire season approaching, the Highlands Fire District Bear Jaw crew is the crew that is going to do the cutting. They will soon be going operational for summer season. So they will likely be deployed across the country for fires. I do not believe, including the need for the NEPA work, I do not believe we will be cutting these trees until next spring, March, April timeframe. I think is when we'll be cutting. The other, I think, important question to bring up here is this grant award, which we received the official notification about a year ago, has been widely broadcast to the Munns Park neighborhood. So if we're going to make a change in decisions, that's something that we'll need to convey to them at some point in the near future.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, I think this requires a lot more discussion than we have right here. I think we should put it on the discussion later. Mike, I'm just wondering, do we have the manpower in the emergency management to be doing this kind of mitigation on private property? What kind of agreements do we have with the property owners? These are private properties and just, I have more questions on it than we do right here. So thanks for revisit.
Supervisor Horseman.
Well, I'm concerned for about 15 reasons, but one reason is that you're going out to Munns Park and you're talking to the neighbors and wanting them to sign up, and we haven't even made a decision about whether we can even afford to make the match. That's a concern to me. Second of all, I guess the question I never really did hear an answer, Wes, and maybe you can be more specific and not go into as much depth, but give us a yes or no. Can this be carried over into 2026?
Chair, Supervisor Horseman, I would have to clarify that with FEMA. I believe it possibly could. Yes, ma'am.
Because that would be,
I need to validate that.
that would be very helpful. I mean, I'm a little concerned that we have a match that we need for something that was decided 4 years ago, and there's a $400,000, and we've talked to the community and gotten them to sign up for this, and it sounds like it is part of a need for a mitigation. And I understand we're running out of money, and so but yet it sounds like there's more than enough need, and it also sounds like possibly commitments or at least marketing has been done for community members in that area. I hate to pull it if we finally got them to sign up and be part of this, and then we say, oh, but we don't have the money. So I think it'd be really important, Wes, if you can find out if we can delay this for a year.
Yes, ma'am. I will follow up on that right away.
I'll also add, and I don't know, Wes, if the 96,000, that must have, we also had set up that the air curtain burner would be used in support of this project, and that would be an in-kind deducted from our match. Is that incorporated in here?
So the 96,000 is the hard cash match, but yes, ma'am, you are correct. We believe that use of the Public Works air burner, the crews, equipment to load the trees, all that would be used in kind. The Bear Jaw crew has also indicated they might provide some in kind to this. So this, in all likelihood, will not be a $96,000 cash investment by the county.
Right, thank you.
But I don't know the numbers exactly.
Supervisor Horseman.
And though I agree, it does need a whole separate section. It sounds like people are still going out there and talking about it to the folks at Munns Park. In fact, that might even be going on tonight. So we can talk about it 2 weeks from now, but I'm wondering what information is going out to the public if we haven't made a decision we have money for this.
Well, I think it's important to clarify that when this grant was applied for, there was a commitment made, but that also incorporated in some assumptions relative to in-kind that were communicated to FEMA. So, I think part of this has been the 4-year process, and yeah, there has been communication with the Munns Park area and the Coconino Village HOA since then, since that process, because we needed to know that there was support from the community even before we came to you to ask to apply for the grant, right? So there's been some commitment there made. They've also understood that we're going through a very laborious process, obviously, with FEMA. So.
Okay, it sounds like this issue is something that we are going to have to address later so we can get through the other increment requests, but it is something that we do need to dive into a little bit because as mentioned by Supervisor Horseman and Supervisor Fowler, there are some concerns about what we're telling the public and what we can and cannot do at this time with this grant. So, Deputy.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, and your question, Supervisor Fowler, no, emergency management does not have the human power. That's why the partnerships are oh so valuable with the fire departments, et cetera, the Bear Jaw crew that would actually be doing the work. So, Wes, let's look at, what's being communicated and obligated with the public because there are some timing difficulties. And I think Wes indicated that, could the work get done? Well, fire season is coming up. Where's the Bear Jaw crew going to be? and their ability and capacity with that human power question to be able to do this work. So we'll dive in.
Supervisor Horseman.
And it all can be dealt with if in fact we can wait till 2026. So that's really key.
All right, thank you.
Understood.
We can now move on to next facilities.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Our next item was a request for some recurring budget capacity in our facilities management department. This was not recommended, and again, it kind of goes hand in hand with that 10% CPI recommendation, with the message back being department will receive their 10%, and then that can help cover what's being requested right now for the increased operating expenses in the department.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments on this facilities increment request?
Yeah. Well, yeah, hand in hand.
So, sorry to interrupt, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. So if you look at the CPI, the 10%, there would then be capacity in facilities to fund the increment request, as I understand.
Okay, so that would be the reason why this one is not being recommended as an investment, because it would be covered in the CPI if should we decide to do the 10%. Okay, thank you. Next item, Finance Department.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Originally, this was requested as a recurring FTE for the Finance Department. As we had noted in our presentation, given the history of, quadrupling federal dollars without any staff increases, kind of having the inside baseball, if you will, knowing where we were with the financial situation, we had modified the request to a limited term 3-year position to sort of monitor where we were with federal funding down the line. But again, then also sort of seeing where we are today in conversations with the county manager's office, we decided to, that this probably is not the year given the limited resources and all of the competing needs. So we voluntarily held back and so we've removed this one. It's not in your recommendation, but also just want to point out the importance that we do think it is an important need for our department, as many other needs also are in the county. But so you may see this again, you're likely to see this again as a request in the future, but we have decided to pull back on it for this fiscal year.
And just to clarify for folks, you're actually requesting 3 years worth of funding in that request, not just 1 year? Because I was wondering why 260,000 for 1 year for one FTE, but then going into the book, it says 3-year request, correct?
Correct. Thank you, Chair. So yes, originally when we first discussed it, we had it as a recurring request for about 1/3 of that cost. Then we modified it to a 3-year position. And so that would be the 3-year cost of the position.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. I
Yes.
just want to add to the comment, and yes, we'll postpone in it, but again, goes back to all of our capacity to manage all the grants that we're receiving. And so these are key positions that, again, just to create the awareness of the number of grants that we receive and manage with departments, it is becoming more and more challenging to do so. But again, we've withdrawn it, but we're going to continue to look at that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Supervisor Horseman.
And thank you for that, County Manager, because I think it is something we probably want to put a list of those that have been denied that we thought were very important, so we can hopefully take a look at it in 2026. I know the expenditure limit may make decisions for us right now, but I also see this as a key position. I mean, I take a look at the situation that one of our counties is having with the treasurer and understand the importance of making sure we have a well-trained, specialized finance department.
Agreed.
So on that, Supervisor Horseman, members of the board, we do have a request from the treasurer to go before 1 o'clock. She has other prior engagements. And so if that's okay, we'll jump ahead alphabetically to the treasurer's office.
That's fine. Oh, yeah. I was like, what?
No, you're good. And chair, members of the board, so there are 3 requests from the treasurer's office. You'll see the one that was highlighted that was on the investment list for the temp wage increase. And with that, we can turn it over to the board for question or comment.
So that one is one that we've heard in the past. These 2 that were not recommended, I know we're kind of tight, but could we get a little explanation on what these 2 positions are?
Yeah, and I believe the treasurer is on, Chair Vasquez.
Good morning, Chair Vasquez and members of the board. This is Sue Walker, Chief Deputy Treasurer for the Treasurer's Office. So for our request, the increment request for back tax program manager, that would be a priority for us. And then the second one is for an administrative specialist 2, or I believe they are public service specialists now, for our customer service, our front facing staff. Honestly, you know, our office is understaffed and overworked. And so having adequate staffing and funds for training is crucial to ensure the money's on deposit with our office, which ranges between 400 and 500 million, and are safe and accounted for. And the back tax program manager would supervise 2 of our back tax specialists, which handle our tax lien sale, bankruptcies, foreclosures, and items related to anything delinquent taxes.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. No, the CPI, it goes into the operating budget for then flexible use. So for example, the temp wages could be moved from CPI up into temp wages if, you know, there's department discretion in how they use that 10%.
Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and since we have the treasurer's office on, you know, we are hitting really bad times this year, and hopefully with an expenditure limit over vote next year to give us a little bit more breathing room. So if you were to prioritize these 2 positions, what would your priority be?
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. The priority would be the back tax program manager.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just question for the board. Is this something that we want further discussion on, or is this something that we realize we need to move on? Okay, please add to the further discussion list. All right, so now we're coming back to flood control district.
So I think we wanted to focus on general fund today. Lucinda is on, but not here, and really wanted to be here for a conversation on flood control district. Lucinda, if you're still on, anything to add to that?
Thank you, Andy. I would just say that, you know, relative to the loan, I think there's, you know, a broader conversation relative to that. And my preference would be that I could be there in person to have that conversation, and that we move that to the 14th or 15th. That would be my preference.
Yeah, I think in terms of the flow and where we're at with increment requests, I think I agree with that. So please add that for further discussion. We'll come back to it.
Thank you.
Chair Vasquez, members of the board, and this really speaks to the fund balance conversation that we led off with earlier, and being able with the flood control district to respond to all the emergencies, to address the emergencies. We did, as a county, do a general fund loan to the flood control district. Fortunately, we had that capacity, and so now it's a matter of payback options, how we choose to do that and structure that going forward, particularly given all of the priorities of the flood control district and meeting the needs of our communities.
And I would add, I think, Siri, that the 5-year payback is still in your calculation, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Well, because it is cost neutral, so we, either way, in terms of the 10-year plan, whether we do it in 5 years or 10, we were able to evaluate the cash outlook of the general fund, and are comfortable with the recommendation of changing it from 5 to 10, with it being cost neutral. Part of that, though, would come with an agreement with the district that we've talked about for a little bit of interest from the district on the loan during that time
Right.
frame. Because we do want to honor the relationship between the county and the special taxing district and keep them as separate legal entities. So that was also some advice we received in terms of loaning money to the district. We want to make sure it's very clean in terms of expenditure limit, that we're not actually, transferring money to that district, that it is a loan. And so it would actually be cost neutral truly, because we would then be recapturing lost interest on those funds.
Correct, right. Super, thank you.
All right, unless there aren't any other questions about flood control district, let's move on to Health and Human Services, please.
Great, thank you, Chair and members of the board. So Health and Human Services had 2 general fund requests. You can see that the grant coordinator was recommended. That is an existing position that has been very successful in obtaining funds on behalf of the county. And so that was recommended to continue into next year. The second one, for medical examiner equipment, originally had a larger one-time component to it, and then sort of some recurring set aside for equipment replacement. And we were able to identify salary savings in fiscal year 24. And so when you look at the original request, you can disregard the one time that we've actually been able to fold that into the existing budget capacity we have this year with existing appropriation. We don't need to move anything into 25 for that. And so it was just the recurring 9,000, which again, if the department's CPI were to be approved, that 9,000 could easily be absorbed within that allocation.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any other questions or comments for the health department HHS requests?
One thing I would note is that the grant coordinator position has basically been paying for itself with what's been brought in. So I'm glad to see that on the list.
So we're looking at this as just a one-time till next year.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. Anything in the recommendation would need to be revisited again in 26.
Okay, thank you. Next up, IT.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So IT had 3 requests, and the one that is being recommended is for an increased FTE. This also is an existing position that's currently funded under a grant. And so the recommendation, again, in honoring positions that are already here and kind of that continuation. So continuing it for another year with general fund, that's being recommended. The first one for operational costs, we are still looking at the CPI of the software contracts. Obviously, if we have software contracts and we are using the software, we have to fund that. So it was more of a change to this request, I would say, than not recommending it in terms of some of the underlying assumptions and funding the underlying CPI in our existing contracts. And so this one is actually not needed at this point for fiscal year 25 because of some of the work we're doing on the CPI side of the contracts. You're likely to see a recurring request, though, for that budget line in the future.
And that's another one we want on the list for 2026.
Chair Vasquez, members of the board, it does look like Matt Fowler, our IT director, has his camera on, and if there are any questions.
Do we have any questions about IT's request at this time? Supervisor Fowler.
So in the IT department, I thought we needed, so we only are requesting just 1 FTE, and that looks like it's gonna be very approved. And it's a one-time also. So next year it'll come back up again, okay? When it's a one-time, when someone is hired, they're concerned about, they're hired only for 1 year, and then they're not sure if they're gonna, that's not very good. Yeah.
apologize.
Specialty area. It's just really hard to find people in that area. And then you have a broadband matching funds that is a carryover, I see. So I guess I don't have any questions. I thought that we would need more staff in here, but we just we don't need, okay. We can't afford it. I'm sorry, Matt.
Chair Vasquez, members of the board. Good afternoon, Matt Fowler, Information Technology. So Siri's correct. We did have the 3 increment requests. The one that's being approved for the 81,000 is for the area in partnership of Health and Human Services. This position is previously funded through grants. That's going away at the end of this fiscal year. And so in partnership with Kim Musselman, how do we still have that response time on site so we don't have degraded services for their workforce of approximately 200 staff? So this is to prevent a decentralized IT and not have IT reporting to different departments. This is an additional FTE that would live in the information technology org chart, but would be dedicated to Health and Human Services in support of those ongoing initiatives that are very important for Kim Musselman.
All right, thank you for that clarification, because that was going to be my question, is what that staff person was for, because it doesn't list it on this list. Are there any other additional questions or comments? All right, thank you. Appreciate the information.
Thank you.
Next up, the Justice Courts.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. The Williams Justice Court had one request. They recently, during this fiscal year, increased a position for one of their court security officers from part-time to full-time. In doing so, it was done in a way that was cost neutral because they had temp wages for on-call that were no longer needed when this position went to full-time. Those temp wages had been in their special revenue fund, so able to sort of translate some different funding sources and keep the funding sources the same while increasing the position. The request then for fiscal year 25 is to change the structure of that funding from their special revenue fund and fully fund it from the general fund as the full-time position. And it was not recommended, just again, simply based on resources and because it does have an existing funding source.
And any additional funding they need, would that be covered under the CPI increase?
Thank you, Chair. Any operational needs on the general fund side would come from the CPI. Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you. Moving forward, Juvenile Court Services.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. And this is something that we added just after having the conversations with the department, with the uncertainty of the state budget. There's no dollars tied to this. This is just something that we just wanted to put on your radar in case more discussions come up in the future once we see the full state budget. Typically, when we've had impacts on the state budget side, they do impact court services, although less so in juvenile. But what they've heard this year is perhaps that's more likely also to have an impact to their operations. So just this is more of an informational item than an actual request at this point.
And I know this is kind of it's tied to the state legislature. When can we kind of expect to kind of have an idea? Because right now it's cost neutral, but you're telling us that it could potentially be a deficit that we need to take into consideration to add to some of our costs.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I was looking for my magic 8-ball, but I couldn't find it. So I guess we have Gregory.
We got thunder over here.
We found it.
Speaking of magic 8 balls.
Mr. Chair, board members, at this point, we're monitoring the situation daily at the legislature. Karen is tuned in. The repeal of the 1864 abortion ban has consumed the atmosphere in the chambers down there. If the Senate proceeds with the House bill that was moved through earlier this week, they have to hear it on 3 separate days. So May 15th could be the earliest resolution in the Senate with that House bill. Then they would go back to budget negotiations. But as you know, last year we saw a budget very late in the game and then the year before as well. So I expect that we will not know until sometime in June.
With
Supervisor Fowler.
that, should we set aside some funds just in case funds, just Because we just don't know. They say they balance their budget and we're the ones that have to pick it up.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Fowler, we wouldn't even know how much to set aside. You know, because worst case scenario, I know Casey.
We always are in
Is
that
Casey on or someone
situation.
from? Okay. No, Casey, if Mr. Chair, it might be appropriate this time for you to call on Casey to give just an update. If she's heard anything from AOC, we'll probably have, well, that would be the first start.
Yeah, please, if you could please share with us kind of what you're hearing and forecast, just because it is a concern that we don't have any contingency plan in the event that we have a budget cut and we're not taking that anything into consideration right now.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez, members of the board. What I've been informed right now is to prepare for us not to receive our operating budget from the state this year. In addition to operating, to be prepared for them not to follow through with what typically the county covers through offsets. Juvenile has been very fortunate over the years where we do not have to ask for the county to cover any of our raises. The state comes through. This would be the first year that the state might not come through. And there's a high probability that they would not. And unfortunately, I have no idea where that budget's going to fall. The third item that might be impacted would be our contract services.
How much for each?
I
Yeah,
think we
can we-
need to go back to, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, have our staff go back and calculate these just to go back to revisit file.
Casey would have that information more before we would.
Okay,
So we'll
if
work-
we could revisit this one, put it on the list to follow up on, just because we don't want to get hit with a tsunami where we don't take it into account and the reductions from the state are more than what we were anticipating.
But Mr. Chair, I will say right now for the record, we could very possibly not be able to afford the full gap that's created by the state.
Understood. Just want to make sure that we have some contingency plan in case that happens.
Well, if they keep removing people from their appropriations committee, maybe they won't even have a budget this year. So
No doubt. Thank you. Appreciate it. Nick, and any other questions about juvenile services at this time? Okay, we will revisit it. Next up is non-departmental requests.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. And just as a reminder, this was actually in one of those underlying assumptions before we got to the $1 million. So this would have been on that PowerPoint slide of assumptions for this fiscal year. And originally in last year's budget, we had set aside 1.2 million to help with specifically the flood control component of space because of having space needs for the flood control district. The project had been modified to a confined space, a joint EOC flood control, also recognizing the pressure that we have on EOC space right now. And so, again, this is already included in those underlying assumptions, but there is hope that maybe there can be some offset funding or some grant funding that could potentially lower this placeholder in the future, in which case we would reflect that, in our estimated availability of funds in future budgets if we didn't need to expend the full amount on the facility. And it also, for expenditure limitation purposes, would not count against our expenditure limit because of the use of capital projects debt.
So basically what it's saying is that they need one-time 3.5 million, but we don't have it, but we do have 1.2. Is that 1.2 taken into consideration, or is the total cost 3.5 plus 1.2?
Thank you, Chair. The full cost is somewhere in the neighborhood of probably between 4 to 5 million, 4.5 to 5 million. So we have the full amount accounted for already in our underlying assumptions. And then, as noted, we hope though it's still up in the air as far as the total cost because of potential external funding that we could get given the component with public safety and the emergency operations center. But it's uncertain.
as part of that capital loan that we have.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions on this item? No? Okay. Next up, Parks and Recreation.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. So Parks and Recreation had 3 requests for some operating expenses, including winter snow play, and then you can see other operating increases in the department. And then they were also requesting 2 additional FTEs funding with general fund and then another funding source. So split funded, the general fund cost is shown on here. None of these were on the recommendation list, but again, with kind of going hand in hand on the CPI increase being a key component of that recommendation in terms of absorbing these costs from the CPI recommendation for the department.
Okay, do we have any questions about the 3 requests?
So there's no recommendation at this point for these positions, correct?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, there is not, particularly given kind of the financial dynamic that we're in with the revenues and then the expenditure limitation. That said, Cynthia and Liz Krug are on, and we know that with the increased activities that we have at our facilities, there continues to be, like with winter snow play operations, that demand on our facilities that we need to keep meeting. And so we applaud Parks and Recreation for meeting that demand with the best of their ability, with the staffing resources and the financial resources that they have. And that's always been the nature of Parks and Recreation, just to do more with limited resources, and they do a great job of that. And so just want to acknowledge that with them.
I had a question. The fleet utility, fire, emergency medical operating increase, and the snow play operations, would those be covered in the CPI increase?
I don't know that that would be fully covered in the CPI increase. So for example, with the fire operations, just want to note, the Fort Tuthill is not in the city for coverage, nor is it in a district. And so we are paying for that service response. For example, if there's a medical emergency, somebody gets hurt at the bike park, which is a fairly common occurrence. So we are required to pay for that coverage and currently utilize Highland to be able to do that. So that's a long way of saying we just have to keep finding the money to be able to do that in Parks and Recreation.
Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, and of course, it does break my heart. I love the Parks and Recs department and love what they do for our community. And we're in difficult times. I liked it a lot more when we had all this ARPA money that we got to spend. So, but having said that, I think it's something we need to look at next year, but also when, as some kind of add-in, when we look at some of our third-party leases, therefore, for Tuthill and somehow that needs to get rolled in because quite frankly, we have a great resource that we're providing to these commercial businesses. And it would seem to me that they need to start paying their part of some of these ongoing facility expenses. Just my thoughts.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman, and duly noted. And I do recall we've made some positive movement in that regard. For example, North Pole Experience we've increased that contract amount, and so that's been beneficial. And that funding does go just right back into Fort Tuthill for operations, maintenance, et cetera. And so we'll continue to look at those contracts. And so we're not supplementing their operation, but we're utilizing any funding to be able to benefit the park.
Well, winter snow play is another example. And the same with, the challenge course. I mean, those are, when we talk about fire and emergency medical operations, et cetera, it seems to me that that's where a lot of that's coming from. So it just seems that this should be rolled into these commercial enterprises.
Absolutely, Supervisor Horstman. And we met, we'll note as well, last 4th of July, we met a community need by providing a space for people to be. And that's what we do, but there is a significant cost associated with that for operations, maintenance, et cetera.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I want to go back to the state funding. We have heard from the juvenile court. I'm just wondering if there's other departments that are impact. I think we should just look into that and have it ready.
Yeah, the same would apply to adult probation and pretty much several, well, we'll get a report.
Yeah, I would
There'll be a
think
list. There'll be a
it's
list of-
across the board. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to public defender.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So similar to the recommendation that you saw, you'll see these two FTEs say ARPA continuation on them. And so they are included in that recommendation of continuation of Division 7. So I just flipped over to the investments so you can see on there public defender 2 FTEs are included again in the recommendation as they do relate to continuation of the court from ARPA.
Do we have any questions on this piece of the Division 7 court and the public defender? Okay, I think we're good. Please move forward.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. The next one, very similar to what we've heard on some of these other positions. You'll notice the asterisk and the comment. This one was another limited term position with no action. It will continue to be funded through fiscal year 25. They were putting it on the radar again to try to make it a regular non-limited term position in the future. But nothing is needed to continue this position in fiscal year 25, which is why it was not on the recommendation list in terms of a recurring ad. It has funding continuation right now.
So this isn't something we have to decide now. This is actually in 1 year.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on these requests on the public fiduciary?
And this position is still necessary. And it's paid for, but right now everything's on the table. So I'm just asking. Okay, county management and staff are saying yes.
All right, so let's go ahead and move into the recorder's office.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. And once again, this is one that was on those underlying assumptions. So it is not part of the million because it had already been taken out, if you will, of available funding. Again, it's primary and general election costs. They're expenses we have as an organization that we can't get away from. And so we had built those into that, not really necessarily for further discussion assumptions, just because we have to fund it. So those are also included in, and when we give you the full list, you'll note that those are funded for fiscal year 25.
Not only are they funded, but we want to fund them. So
And we have to. All right, thank you. And now we have Sheriff's Department.
Okay, Chair Vasquez, members of the board, and the sheriff's office is here in full force. The sheriff is here. As you can see, there are several increments listed, and the sheriff's office did a really good job of listing their needs. We are working with them on a capital plan, et cetera, on how to fund those needs going forward. So we have an option here. We can get into the sheriff's office increments and budget, given they're all here, or we can focus on, we have superintendent of schools, superior court, and treasurer, which we've already done. So we can look at those and then get back to the sheriff's office, or just take those on right now if you'd like.
Any preference? Sheriff Driscoll, are you okay waiting, or do you want us to address yours now? Then please come up. Yes, you've been waiting patiently. Please come up.
And just to help maybe navigate while Sheriff is coming up, one thing that they did provide to help with the increment requests is a tier structure of the increments. So if you look at, sorry, this is a big book item, but if you look at your big book, there should be something, and I'm trying to find what it looks like as I'm doing this, but there should be something that has all of the increment requests by tier. And another thing that you have in your large book, and actually, let me find the page number for you. Yes. And it's going to be on what's called in the page 41. Okay. Yeah, it's noted as page numbers 41, 42, and 43. It looks like this was provided by the department to help, again, navigate the request lists. And the second thing that you're also given and that sort of complements this by the department is their long-term plans. So they have an operations capital replacement plan. They had submitted a facility capital improvement. Oh, of course. I'm sorry. So, okay, great. Yes, so then again, I think back to the big book. I'm not sure if it's in the small book. There, it's going to be noted as pages 11 through 20. And so they all look a little different. There's an operating capital plan. There is a facility capital plan. There's also an IT plan or I'm sorry, jail district capital plan, and then an IT plan. So they all sort of work together in terms of information that was submitted in addition to the tiers, but I'll turn it over to the sheriff for how he wants to walk through them.
Thank you, Sari. Mr. Chair, members of the board, well, again, thank you for the opportunity. When we were watching this morning, we just decided to come on down when we realized that the increments were going to be discussed. So again, thank you for the opportunity. I think looking at, you can see quite a number of increments compared to other departments, and we have a lot of needs, and we've expressed those and again prioritize these as much as we were able to. But with the contract that we currently have with the community of Tucson for law enforcement services, the need to have a greater presence with in Tucson, certainly, especially these last couple of years, become more and more important over time. So that's what these two positions are. At the top is the deputy, and then a part-time supervisor, is a corporal there to help fulfill that need. Next one, number 49 then, is the operational increase. Everything costs more. Our armory, our training materials for firearms cost more. And this is something we have been absorbing in recent years rather than obtaining additional increment funding for. So we're again asking for that. The next one down, number 50, is the department issued cell phones. Our officers in the field are spending more and more time on their phones, conducting business, responding to requests, interviewing people. And if they use their personal cell phone, it is subject to what we call discovery, and they lose their phone if it becomes evidence in a case. So we're trying to just keep them out of harm's way with a personal phone and having department telephones utilized. Number 51 is the computer and technology replacements. And again, these are part of something that we've needed for some time. Let me find it on my list here. We've been needing this. We were not able to obtain the funding for it last year. And this is a full replacement of towers. It's replacing mobile radios. It's replacing handhelds. We have much of our equipment now that is at end of life. Many of our radios are 20 plus years old. The technology has changed. We are not able to obtain parts for them. And it is, again, it's a pretty large project. And we continue to try to get grants for as much of this as we can. And we have obtained some, but we're looking to be able to obtain more grants. But again, they're becoming fewer and fewer, I think, as everyone knows. Let me move up this. I jumped ahead and talked about the radio replacement, but the capital program, it involves our normal computers. that we have, our computer technology and replacements for both patrol, the operational part, as well as the jail. And again, this would be a split cost between the jail district as well as the general fund. But again, this is for our equipment. Moving on down to the annual software maintenance. Again, this is a split cost between the jail and general fund or patrol for the costs of maintaining our hardware and software as well. So again, for that total of 127. Next one is the network hardware, and it's the same situation with, we have to rewire our leaf. Our facility is now bumping on 25 years old. We need to replace wiring within our facility, and again, it's throughout the facility, and it would be broken down between the three funding sources. That's general fund, jail district, and Flagstaff Police, which is our partner in co-location. Next up is dispatch projects. And again, we are in partnership with the Flagstaff Police Department and Jail District for that. And that request, again, for $275,000. But we are about the third of that, with the jail district being part of it, Flagstaff Police, and then our general fund part of it as well. Same thing occurs with our records, because Flagstaff Police manages our records as they do our dispatch, and we contribute to that, and they contribute to our what the functions that we manage. So again, it's split out according to square footage of our facility. And next up is the fire alarm replacement. And let me get that here. Is a fire alarm for again, broken out between the three entities: Sheriff's Office, Jail District, and the Flagstaff Police Department. And the same thing with our leaf control unit on our roof, broken down by into all three agencies. So unless you have any questions,
The tiers.
yeah, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Fowler, yes, we were asked originally to prioritize what they are. Last year, we used tier 1, 2, 3. So that's how we broke it down this year too, is tier 1, 2, and 3. The needs, tier 1 were the needs. Tier 2 were not as, I won't say as important, but we could, they were a little bit lesser of a priority. And then tier 3 are the ones that, again, we didn't anticipate getting, but we did want to express that we still needed those things eventually.
Thank you. And my first question would be, of these tier 1 requests, which ones or how many of them can be covered in the CPI increase? Because for your department, it's almost $300,000, but that's still based on all those requests there, doesn't go that far.
Mr. Chairman, yes, we understand. And of the needed ones, we look at our one area that was not mentioned that I need to drop in is our vehicles. We are working with Public Works on a plan that will hopefully manage our vehicles. The initial parts of the plan were for 17 additional vehicles. We have quite a number of vehicles that are beyond end of life, actually. They're approaching 200,000 miles. So we're trying to work that through. So as long as we're able to keep working on that, I think we'll be fine. But I look at the 2 deputies in the Tusayan area, and I look at our IT needs as being the highest priorities that we have.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Horstman.
So, and this is, you know, obviously just a very bad year, and not at all questioning the need, at all. As a matter of fact, I'm sure there are really more than what you've listed here as a real need for the sheriff's department in our community. But just looking at tier 1, the total increment requests in tier 1 is how much money? How many millions of dollars? Because just looking at, to me, it's about $4 million in increment requests for tier 1.
I think it was 3 point something, yes. Kathy? She's our math wizard.
And of course, none of this is being recommended in order for us to have a balanced budget. So we're having tier 1 needs of approximately $4 million, and none of it's being requested because of a lack of funding revenue that we have.
Mr. Chair.
I think some of this may be misleading because, again, those requests are out there, but some of those are going to be covered by jail district, and some, yes,
That's what I'm trying to get at.
some
if
will
we
be
can-
covered by Flagstaff Police. So it looks bad, looks high, but it is not actually as high.
That's why I would love to have that broken down. That was kind of my point. Wait a minute.
I think we can hopefully we can make that happen pretty quickly.
That would be good.
Yeah, we'd appreciate that because then that way we can see which part we should be looking at for the general fund. County Manager Peru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The couple discussions we've had with the sheriff and chief and his staff is related to looking at the plans, i.e. the capital plan, the IT plan, facility plan, and then having the discussion on providing funding for the plan. And then therefore, from there, the sheriff with their expertise can determine what part of the plan can they fund. Because right now, again, the needs are great. There are a lot of increments, but it does, you know, I'm not in his business. I don't know how to determine the law enforcement needs from a budgetary standpoint. And so, again, we've begun the discussions with the sheriff about, let's look at the plans and then identify a block of funding, set amount of funding, for then for the sheriff then to apply as he with his leadership. Then they know what the needs are. So again, we just began this discussion last week. We are going to be continuing it, but that addresses capital only. There are operational as well as vehicle as well as personnel. And so again, there are several things that come together in terms of just overall needs. So again, just to, I guess, we're still discussing this and we're not in a position today to put together with the sheriff, you know, let's fund this and not this, and, you know, let's back and forth on that.
No, thank you for that perspective, and definitely put this on the list for continued conversation because it's obviously a little more in depth. We need a little more time to tease some things out with the time that we have right now. So I'd appreciate that. Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, not only that, but we need to see where is how much of this is being asked out of the general fund, how much of this is being covered through jail district or other means. So yes, otherwise this is really scary.
Well, but Mr.
So
Chair,
we really just need a breakdown.
just so that we don't get too scared. It's there is another list, and Siri is going to show that as part of the other funds list has other funds which jail district is separated, but then we can format and create one overall list that shows the jail district and the general fund, which would comprise the sheriff's department.
Yes, that would be helpful. And one thing, and I know it's in the binder, but one thing that made it a little difficult on some of these sheets that we have, not this one in particular. Oh yeah, this one is the accumulation. I I know that looking at it, like how much is it a total that we're talking about for the sheriff's office or for the courts itself?
Yeah, when I saw it, I was kind of amazed as well. But again, once we got into the heart of it and realized there were other funding sources that were offsetting some of those, it was my heart came back to normal. So, well, it's a lot of money, but there's also a lot of needs as well.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Sheriff Driscoll or the Sheriff's Department's request at this time? So Vice Chair Begay.
I just want to say that, I think that's what I was getting to is the amounts, dissecting the amounts like general funds and different funds that are being used. And I think that's going to be one of the determinants as far as, finalizing the budget here. So thank you for the work that has been done. And, certainly, we like to have them prioritize, just like you did. And then we got to take that again and then probably prioritize it again, so that we can come up with something. I would like to see at least one thing that comes out as for each one of the programs, unless if they're not asking for nothing. So that's my take. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, thank you very
Mr.
much.
Chair, thank you.
Do you want to take a break at this time? We still have Superintendent of Schools and then Division 7. 30-minute? That work? So how long do we need to take a break for is my question. Okay, we'll return at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being here. We're just waiting on a few key folks so we can get started, and I think we have everybody. Are we ready to begin? All right, well, thank you. In that case, we'll pick up where we left off before the break, and that was at the Superintendent of Schools 2020 FY25 grant match funds.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So the superintendent of schools did submit one increment request, and I know that the superintendent was on earlier. I believe she is also on. Is she back on? And so if you have questions for superintendent, she is here to speak to her request.
All right, thank you. Do we have any questions from board members on this increment request from the schools? Yeah, Superintendent, could you please go into a little bit into this grant munch funds and explain what's it for and how, if you need 250,000, or is there increments less that could potentially cover some of this?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Vasquez, and I think it's afternoon there. Thank you for reaching out. Yes, we could look at doing less. What this is money, because the majority of my office is soft funds. And so to maintain services and positions, we need to generate revenue through grants and fee-for-service programs, which we do both. To pursue grants, you need to have matching funds at the federal level. I don't see anything coming out of the Department of Ed, especially in regards to supporting mental health in the schools. A grant that we are applying for right now, which is a pipeline grant to put clinicians, to pay for clinicians for 5 years in schools, as well as for our agency. It is up to $3 million a year. We can't afford to do $3 million a year because the match is 25%. And so we were looking to do about $1 million grant, so to get a 250 match. This would be for any grants that we apply. So if this were not funded, we would like to have that an allocation so that we could apply for then the next one that fit the needs and requests of our schools. If we are looking at doing some of the matching from some of our own funds, the bridge funds could possibly be used, because the idea is for the $250,000 investment, your return is $1 million in services. And then if it's for 5 years, then it lands up being, $5 million. We would have to do a match annually. But at least it would be 5 years to maintain the programs we currently have for mental health supports in our schools.
Thank you.
Did I cover? And the
Mike.
schools are going to help with some of the matching as well if we go up in funds with partial pay. But we're not going to be able to pull it off there. They are also facing the aggregate expenditure limit and the ESSER cliff.
Thank you. And then my follow-up question, that would be, you did mention the bridge funds. How much right now is allocated in those bridge funds that would be potentially accessible to this to use as match funds?
At this point in time, we have not requested use of the bridge funds. We have got fee for service and then other funds that my office has that's going to continue the ARPA mental health positions through June 30th, all of FY25 for this year. So so we did not have to go into those, but the bridge funds we could utilize, I would say no more than 250. I would try to go less because of the long-term investment in the fact that, especially this pipeline grant that pays for clinicians and incentives for clinicians, kind of think teacherage, but not housing. that for our schools, especially our very rural and tribal schools, to get people to possibly live there for 5 years.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And so what you're saying is, while you don't want to use 250,000 from the bridge funds to cover these match grant, anything that we can invest in will help reduce the amount from the bridge funds that would be used to match this grant, should we be allocated this grant.
That is correct. And then you guys know my motto is that if we can take care of the problems and teach self-regulation, get supports young, then our judicial and criminal cost go down.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments by board members? Supervisor Fowler.
Our behavioral health department that we created.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler, I didn't hear you.
How are you working with the behavioral health department division that we have created?
I work a lot with Health and Human Services. And so we actually wrote a grant, and I'm paying for some of their positions over there at Health and Human Services. I am aware of the adolescent center that will be opening. So we kind of co-write grants sometimes together if appropriate. And I've actually asked Health and Human Services, since it's a pipeline grant that would benefit them as well, for a support letter for this upcoming grant we're looking to submit.
Thank you. Are there any other follow-up questions? Supervisor Horstman. Turn your mic on.
Just turned off. All right, thank you. Thanks for the information. Appreciate the email, and we certainly understand your passion and commitment for our public schools here in Coconino County, and absolutely nobody here is questioning the need of that, and nor is anyone questioning the appropriateness of it. We are just dealing with unbelievably tight budget constraints this year. And I am going to ask, however, that we put it in our parking lot for further discussion at a later time when we have some clarity on some of these other outstanding and very important programs, including the sheriff's and juvenile. So with both of those very important departments, with very important needs, I think we should put superintendent of schools request in there as well.
Thank you. Any other comments by board members? All right. Well, thank you. We will return to this item after we finish the increment request, probably in 2 weeks, as we've had time to digest a little bit and see how we modify our ideal in investments based on the new information that we get. Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration. It's just the only way we have to really generate funds is by applying for funds. So thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too. All right, next up, Superior Court, Division 7.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. And actually, Superior Court had 4 requests that were submitted. As noted, one of them relates to Division 7, including 4 FTEs, as well as the mental health clinic liaison court coordinator as a 5th FTE. Refreshing back to the investment scenario, we do have all of those you'll see included in that recommendation in terms of the 4 court FTEs and the mental health liaison. They had also submitted, not recommended, were 1.5 court security officers that are on other funding sources currently, and a best interest attorney for $12,000. The best interest attorney could be covered by the CPI adjustment in the department, which is why that was not on the recommendations list. And the court security officer is a year-to-year sort of evaluation, if you will, because it is currently funded on some other departmental funding for 0.5 of those positions. And with that, we do have Court Administrator Sharon Yates here as well to speak to the increments.
Okay, thank you. So just looking, I think you kind of already said it, but I'll ask again. So not all of these increment requests can be covered through the CPI increase they would get. So they would only be able to cover a partial piece of these increment requests from that CPI increase.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, generally that is correct, although depending on department needs and operations and things like that, they do have flexibility. So if there were things that they wanted to use their CPI for to help alleviate some of the cost of that court security officer, they would have flexibility in their budget of how they purpose those funds, given also, just the cost of CPI on other, routine regular expenses as well.
Okay, do we have any questions or comments from board members on this item? This was the big one we started with, so we're finally here, and thank you for sitting through all the other discussions to get back to this increment request. If you could please come up and just, if you'd like to say some comments.
So the board. Thank you, Chair, members of the board. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know that we came before you, I think about a week ago, and did our budget presentation and had some discussion with regards to our increment requests. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Are there any questions? Supervisor Horstman?
Well, kind of what we were saying before, given where we are, and given some of the unknowns, both with juvenile possibility and also in terms of the sheriff and not really having the breakdown with that, we're have an extremely tight budget. I think that there is, certainly speaking for myself, but I also have heard from my colleagues here, a desire to be able to keep Division 7 for all kinds of very good reasons. The problem, of course, is we need to get it down to a bare bone number, and possibility of sharing staff, et cetera, with other divisions to get us through this next 2025 budget. And so it would be great if we could ask the courts and our presiding judge to see if they can come up with a plan that we can hopefully cut some of the funds for. And I know you've tried already to do it as bare bones as you can, but we're asking you to take another look at it and to get back to us.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Supervisor Horstman. I know that we did provide an alternative where it just covers some costs for on-call judge pro tem and or senior court commissioner. So that is an alternative. So it's not funding a full-time judicial officer, but we're certainly can run some figures and provide you with that.
That would be great. We really need some numbers, right? We're now crunching number time. And so if we can get those numbers, it'd be very helpful for us to look at as we move forward. So really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler?
Can just do that across the board with all the other departments, that would be good. Because we're just, I'm concerned about the state, our juvenile court, our probation, and the state taking funding from them. We know that we don't know if we can set aside money or funds, and we don't know if it's going to happen that they get the state funding reduction. But at the same time, we have services to provide. So we may be at the end. That's what I'm thinking, that all these other requests that we had said yes to, it may not happen because we have two departments that are state funding has just been pulled out from under them. So we need to really evaluate and see how that can be done. And if we can look at Division 7 just across the board with all the departments, see what kind of agreement we can come up with.
Thank you. Are there any other comments by board members? The one thing that occurs to me is I'm looking at obviously we want to fund Division 7 in some way. The concern for me is the additional 125,000 for technology. And so what is plan B if we can do the division court but can't do the technology piece?
Thank you, Chair. We have been in conversations just with courtroom technology. We have an estimate, but we're out right now for proposals, so we don't know exactly how much that's gonna come in. But we do have that potential shortfall. We were gonna receive some additional ARPA monies to cover that cost. We did, juvenile court has put in some money towards that cost. I think about, if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm about 40,000. 30,000, and then we're using some of our court enhancement fund to fund some of that, about 30 to 40,000. And so we're just in a holding pattern right now in getting quotes come in. So that a dollar amount was taken from the consultant that we're working with, what the consultant thought that project would come in at.
Thank you. And if you could provide us the numbers for those other sources of funding to cover that, because as we're having this conversation right now, it sounds like it's an ask for 125,000, but based on the numbers you just shared, it's really lower than that. And so that kind of changes our calculus when we're trying to calculate how we spend that $1 million.
And Chair, and I'm not sure if they, that calculation, I'm not sure how that calculation came up, if it took into consideration those other funding sources.
Not a problem. We have 2 weeks before we're coming back, or at least a couple days. So if you could work on it, that would be great. The more we can have clarity on that, the better we can hone in, and between, you know, shaving off pieces of that and seeing how we can get the mental health court down, cut down as much as possible, but still provide quality services to our community, the better chance we have to be able to fund those. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? All right.
I believe our clerk of court would like to make a few comments.
Please do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thought I'd jump in and just maybe think a little bit outside the box, being as we're in this debacle. I do have some significant salary savings, as you know. I believe when Erica Philpott presented the other day, it was something like a 34% vacancy rate that we have. And as you know, we're working very diligently to restaff. But what that leaves us with, of course, is some salary savings. And looking at our budget materials, those salary savings equate in FY23 to $245,245. And I can appreciate that some of that funding may have already been part of the forecast that Siri and the finance team have projected. However, I'm just, again, thinking outside the box and would like to offer somewhat of a friendly amendment out of my own budget. And if we can shave off any dollars out of that salary savings to throw, excuse me, towards the court technology project this budget, this year, so that it doesn't impede on any carryover for next year and the expenditure limit and all of those things. That's one suggestion I have. The second suggestion I have is, in consideration of Division 7 moving forward and the concept of even an additional 6 months as we figure things out, or all of the considerations, let's go ahead and eliminate the ask for a court tech. As we know, I have significant vacancies. We're doing the work already. It's hard for me to say that, but it's important that we find the money where we can. So let's shave out that court tech, okay? And then the third thought that I have, and then I'll shut up, is I have a little bit over 50,000 in the bond forfeiture fund. As a friendly amendment, I'm willing to tender that towards the court technology project. But those are my 3 thoughts, and I think that they could just solve this issue, this budget, and help us in the consideration of maintaining Division 7. I know that you all have a lot to consider, but being in the core of the courts and everything central to it, Division 7 is quite essential, and I can appreciate the needs of the other departments, but this gives us a little bit of flexibility and some time to figure it out. And so I stand ready for any questions or thoughts.
No, thank you. Really appreciate that. It would be great if we could actually know what number that will be towards that cost, and if that cost already takes some of those things into account or not. For me, I was really looking at, okay, we could probably do the mental health court, but the technology might be a little bit of a stretch. But if there's other funding for that, then I'm definitely open to looking at how we can make it work. So thank you for offering those budget items to help contribute to this technology.
Mr. Chair, and you know, in all transparency, the court technology is needed. It's needed for my staff to like not lose it because we're about to launch the digital evidence project. There's so many things that are contingent on it. As you know, just simply not having court reporters and relying on the digital record. We've already encountered some technology, you know, concerns, and who wants to have something remanded for another trial back, you know, to us because the record was not clear. So again, thank you all for your consideration. I appreciate it.
If I may, Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Horton.
First of all, yes, I'd love to get what the numbers look like. And second of all, thank you. I mean, that is incredible that you'd come forward and offer this. And we really appreciate it. 2025 is going to be a hard year for all of us. And we're all going to have to just pull this together and try to get us to 2026 in the hopes of that expenditure limit budget or gets extended and that our voters understand the importance of maintaining these important services for our community. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. All right, we did have a request for Public Works to have an opportunity to come up and discuss a little bit about the funding request. It is under a different fund, so it is a little different conversation, but since we do have our Public Works Director here, we'd like to invite Christopher Tressler up and.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. Public Works, Highway User Revenue Funds, and also with Public Works, you've heard some about the Mechanical Services Fund and the vehicles, and so working with Public Works. Come on up, Christopher. Of the rates, we did a rate study. I think it was 2015, 2016, just in keeping with the conversation about inflation, mechanic rates, cost of parts, et cetera. Those costs have way outpaced the rate structure, and so looking at that and lifespan of vehicles. And so that's a big task that we have going forward and addressing that. And then HERF, you all know that we have had the last year a very aggressive capital projects plan, and we're delivering on that plan, and just wanted to talk a little bit about that. And Christopher, anything else you would like to address with the board? So thank you.
And just board, for purposes of following along, we've now moved to the next page from the big book. In the overview section, we started with the one titled General Fund Increment Requests. We have moved on to the next pages. That's the header is Other Funds. Page 5, thank you. And just for the purposes of maybe. In the overview section of the big book. And while we're grabbing that, the first several we had not planned to focus on today. Many of these are routine additions to our special revenue funds that are otherwise funded with different funding sources. We've already done an evaluation in terms of sustainability or affordability on many of these that are in where it says the source is other special revenue funds. So, I mean, unless there's a specific question and you want to revisit it, we can put it on the list. But otherwise, anything that says other special revenue fund has already been evaluated and has been, deemed. I can give you mine.
All right, so should we get started with Public Works?
Thanks, Chair Vasquez and Board of Supervisors. So I'm Christopher Tressler. I serve as a Public Works Director. And our increment requests represent a fair amount of increase. And if we look at just some background, I think is what I want to give, that the cost of inflation in highway construction in 2022 was over 15% in a single year. And inflation for this industry is typically 2 to 4%. And the year before that, we saw a 7% increase, and then that 15+% increase. And so we have a new normal. Inflation is back down. It's estimated to be about between 2 to 4%. And so I think that gives the background of what Public Works is experiencing and why the cost of things are increasing. So our increment requests are related to a lot of safety improvements with guardrails and striping, increases in street sweeping. We want to continue to maintain a level of service that the public is expecting, given that we've passed Proposition 403. And I don't need to go into it, but we know that we're in a difficult position, that our revenues are well. Our revenues certainly can support these increases, and our expenditure limit is causing us some consternation with that. So these increment requests are definitely related to road construction or other FTEs supporting road construction. We've tried to be creative with mechanical services because Public Works also oversees the county's fleet. We've tried to look at how the transportation fund can relieve some of the pressure on the mechanical services fund. And so there's several FTEs that we're well justified in covering in the transportation fund, given the fleet of equipment that road maintenance uses in the road maintenance projects. So with that, I'll answer any questions, but I think the increment requests are pretty straightforward there.
Yes, DCM.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. And I think we need to do additional work with Public Works on this and looking at, yes, inflation is real, and no one, and with the numbers that we have with projects and Public Works, we really feel it, experience it, notice it, and just looking at those increments and what the HERF fund can support. And so Christopher will continue working with you on that, and that works for you. Yep.
All right, Supervisor Horstman.
So we had talked earlier about a request that was made by the superintendent of schools to take all the SRS funding. I think right now the breakdown is 75-25. And at one time, I think your thoughts were that that might be something that you Public Works could consider. Where are we with that now?
Well, Chair Vasquez and Supervisor Horstman, the revenues for Public Works that we rely on, Highway User Revenue Fund and Road Maintenance Sales Tax, are definitely robust right now, but we don't know what that's going to be like in the future. Road Maintenance Sales Tax comes due in 2034, and we haven't seen any sweeps of Highway User Revenue Fund at this time, but definitely since we presented, there's definitely been more in the news, and we've learned more about what the state may or may not do to try to balance their budgets. And so I think, Andy, can you?
Supervisor, it looks like you'd like to ask another question.
Well, so I guess my question would be with that, and, in light of what we just saw the clerk of the Superior Court come up with, I mean, is this something that, and I don't know the answer to this, is if the SRS funds were utilized in a 75-25 breakdown before, could we then turn it into 100% nothing, and then in 2026 come back with a 75-25 again?
Supervisor Horstman, members of the board, we'll look at what we're able to do legislatively. That has been tradition in terms of how those funds are broken down between roads and schools, and probably varied by percentage over time, but really secure rural schools being funded for roads and schools. So we'll look at it and look at Christopher on his budget and how that might impact. While yes, we do have these increment requests with HERF and Public Works, we really need to look at the longevity of the HERF fund, the road maintenance sales tax fund, can it be supported and how that might impact the fund? So I'm not answering your question directly other than we need to evaluate that.
Right, and we do need to get an answer to that because that'll be helpful for us as we move forward to some of these requests. And you're exactly right. I think, which we probably all hear about roads more than anything. And I think our community does have a certain expectation in terms of how we maintain, our roads and the great work that's done in public works. And certainly we want to maintain that.
Supervisor Horseman, members of the board, we do have significant concerns, as noted this morning. Secure Rural Schools has not been reauthorized. We will work our tails off, as you know, and you will too, to ensure that it is. It's currently not been reauthorized. And also those cost shifts. And, we know that over time, as the state looks to balance their budget, they have implemented to give them ideas, but county contribution towards DPS salaries, for example, that's come from HERF. That's a concern for us. And we're going to really get through this state budget process and work with the state to please work with us as a local government to ensure that we have the revenues to maintain our road system.
Well said. Are there any other comments from board members on this particular item? All right, well, thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. Okay, so we have gotten through our increment requests. Is now the time to move into key assumptions?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
And I think to reiterate for the audience, and Parks and Rec was actually asking in those other funds and those evaluations. So other funds, for example, in Parks and Rec, if it's funded through those special revenues, like our contracts with our vendors, can those be funded? And the answer is yes. There is a recommendation of yes there.
So for all these increment requests of other funds, the recommendation is yes? Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair. With the exception that I think the major funds, so the ones that say other special revenue funds specifically, the recommendation is yes on those. We've done an evaluation to determine that they do have the revenues available and they are reserved for those purposes. And so it does make sense to put those in the budget. Other special revenue funds come with restrictions and things that the dollars can be spent on. So these are all in alignment with that. As we move down, it's really, we have HERF, Mechanical Services, and Jail District for additional discussion as well when we do our final wrap-ups.
My microphone was off, but on Mechanical Services, no, we really need to look at that and hammer that out as to how to. So with those, we would recommend holding off on those mechanical services.
But the rest of the items on this sheet that includes Health and Human Services, Justice Courts, Parks and Rec, and Jail District, the recommendation is yes?
Thank you, Chair. We will have a separate discussion that includes Jail District in the outlook there, just folding everything together. So, please note that we'll have a final HERF discussion and we'll have a final Jail District as we look at 10-year plans in our next meeting as one of the agenda items.
Okay, so then Health and Human Services, Justice Courts, Parks and Rec. Those
are a
ones
yes.
are the yes. Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to tease that out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Public Works, we're going to continue in the future on. Jail District, we're going to continue in the future on. Anything else that we're continuing into the future?
Public Works and Jail District are the two on here that are going to require some additional conversations.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, so next, is it time to go into key assumptions? Is there anything else in terms of increment requests that we need to discuss before we go into key assumptions?
Siri, are we good to start jumping into assumptions? And with those assumptions, looking at the CPI, the compensation discussion we need to get to. And so I believe Erica is online as well. And so I think we can start getting into those. Steve and Sue, are you guys good?
All right, in that case, let's go ahead and go into assumptions.
And Chair, just as a reminder, we will get the sort of the crosswalk of where we started, to where we ended up with the million that includes all of those. But I think the ones we had pegged for further discussion today include the 10% CPI, which has a general fund cost of $1,650,000, which you also have on your handout of CPI. Sure. Well, we weren't totally prepared for this one, so we're not necessarily anywhere, to be honest, but we had the handout of CPI by department. And I'll find a copy of that. Oh, yep. So this is the 10% CPI, and as you go down most of the page.
Can you share that on the screen so that we can see it?
Yes. And we can either start with this one or we can go on to the compensation assumption, which has a total cost of, and there is no handout on that, but I can pull up the slide from yesterday on it. And that has a cost of $1,675,000 to the general fund. So if we want to start with CPI, that is on your screen. Otherwise, I can switch to. Okay, great.
Yes, please continue.
So thank you, Chair. So what you're seeing on your screen then is most of what you're seeing, and I can't easily fit it in a way that you can probably read it on the screen in one view, but this is what the impact of a 10% CPI would be to each department. Most departments are shown operating CPI just in total. We have a few departments where they have some carved out, if you will, special areas of their budget that we differentiated. So an example on that is our facilities department is a large department, and we do tend to look at different buckets within facilities. So about halfway down or a third of the way down, you'll see facilities has sort of general operating CPI that might cover things like the cost of paper products, cleaning supplies, those kinds of things that are more of routine nature of, facilities maintenance or upkeep. And then we also have in facilities a snow removal budget. So 10% on the snow removal budget and 10% on the utility budget are separately carved out, just to provide a little more context of that number being so large for that department, where those would go. But as we start at the top, for example, we have our adult probation department, and that number, 10% of their operating is $15,630. And for all of them, that's based on looking at their baseline budget they would go into fiscal year 25 starting with, specifically for operations and travel line items. So not for personnel, because that is covered through any kind of compensation recommendation. So only for operation and travel in the general fund without any other increments. And it's 10% of that. And keeping in mind, when we started this fiscal year's base budget, it has no prior inflationary adjustment like across the board for any department. So we've done some one-time adjustments the last 2 years. Those are not part of the baseline budget. This would be basically renewing, if you will, the CPI adjustment that's in their budget for fiscal year 24.
So the numbers that they're basing, these numbers would be based on the baseline budget from 2024, and it'd just be 10%, or
Correct.
is it 10% but of an increased budget?
No, 10% on their baseline budget.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from board members? And 10% is the recommended amount. Is there, because we are looking for ways to kind of free up funding, is there another possible CPI, or is this crucial to open up everything else for us?
I have a question before we go there, because it's on this line. You have non-departmental operating CPI mandates. Those are just state mandates we're paying? What is that?
Yes, thank you. In addition to all of our departments, we have some things that are determined to be non-departmental because they benefit multiple areas of the organization in the general fund. One example of that, and some of it is mandates and some of it is a little bit more of shared costs. So an example of one of those sort of mandated items it's not a mandate per statute, but well, sort of as we get a bill from the Arizona Department of Revenue, for example, to collect our sales taxes, and we have to turn around and pay it. We have no choice. And so that would be one of the line items that's in non-departmental because it benefits everywhere within the general fund, but it doesn't really belong, if you will, to a department. It's not a department expense. So that's one example of that. Another one might be some of our software systems, for example, that are shared amongst multiple departments, where there's not one sole owner. And so those are tracked in what's called a non-departmental budget rather than an individual departmental budget. So it's kind of a combination of other expenses that don't directly lie within one department's budget alone, but are part of the operating costs of the county.
Okay, thank you. So then I go back to my question. Is 10% the sweet number that we need in order to be able to cover base, but still have funding for investment?
Mr. Chair, it is. I say that for two reasons. In the past, departments have utilized salary savings to cover other line items. And what we're finding now, basically with all of more positions being filled, that there is no salary savings. And so with that, that's one item. The other driver is just inflation. And that's the theme for this budget. All the departments are looking at that. But again, I want to emphasize that in the past with salary savings, they were able to move money within the budget to do that with that, but not anymore.
Thank you for that clarification, because again, just looking for ways to free up funding, and so just want to make sure that 10% is.
We're also seeing budgets spend more of their, again, in the past, we could rely on, some percent of the budget not being spent. Now we're seeing departments, including ours, spending almost all their budget.
Thank you. Supervisor Horstman.
Quite frankly, it's almost like we'd be robbing Peter to pay Paul if we did that, because quite frankly, putting that 10% in there is because of the bare bones recommendations that are being made that are not funding these other areas. This at least gives a little leeway to all of the departments based on percentage to try to fill in what we can't deliver through our budget right now. So, I understand, we want to do everything we can to make this bare bones, but we also want to make sure there's a little meat in there to go around to each of the departments. So.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Like I said, I'm just asking because we're shaking the tree, trying to open up funding any which way we can. So are there any more questions or comments about CPI? Okay, in that case, I guess we move, Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Andy, Siri. So these 10% is the base budget amount that we're recommending for each department. Are there any departments that might need a little bit more than that, even though that's all we're giving?
Supervisor Begay, if I answer honestly, I would say every department can probably use more than that. Revisiting the trends we talked about on Tuesday with cumulative CPI being 25%, absolutely. There is already some of that shifting, if you will, happening. I know in my own department, one of the things, the cost of the audit, for example, has gone up $10,000. So that represents a whole lot more than a 10% increase. And so I'm taking my CPI, and I'm also shifting from things like staff training and things like that to be able to cover things. And so, no, we absolutely, even 20% would probably be more in alignment with the actual way that costs have increased over time. But trying to find that balance of what we can also afford to recommend.
Yeah. And so therefore, if for some reason we get more funding, maybe you could just have a different CPI percentage just in case, so that, we can share with the board, and then do one that's a little less. We don't know which way our funds are going to go, but, just maybe 8% and 12%, something just to show and what we can afford and how we can meet more needs or get things done out there for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments regarding CPI?
Chair Vasquez, members of the board, Government Affairs is here, so they might be willing to give up some of theirs to share with other departments. I'm not sure, so.
They finally each got their own separate space. Are we going to put them back together again?
We'll just start charging them double rent for their space.
Oh, anyway, sorry for the levity. Oh, in DC. Anyway, sorry for the levity. I just wanted to make sure Gregory was.
No, but we're just going to pack you away in our suitcases.
Not even, we're just gonna put them in a box and ship them there. No, I'm just kidding. All right.
So, with that, did give us some time for Siri to pull up.
All right.
So that was in the presentation. This is in the presentation that we had started.
That was given to us on Tuesday. There was a PowerPoint slide presentation. All right.
So this is the compensation fund plan that we had talked about, and this is in the assumptions, the continuation of the compensation fund plan, and it is in our 10-year plan assumptions. With that, it's the assumptions built in, recommendation, if you will, is the 2.5% staff. Oh, can't hear me. Thanks, Sue. The 2.5% staff, and then with that, there is a law enforcement step plan, and this is somewhat in keeping with other organizations. I know my experience with the city of Flagstaff, they do the same with a step plan. So 3% for detention, which we have significant vacancies, and then the 4% law enforcement. And so we say December 24, but looking at, after going into the calendar year, potential conversation happening there as well, and depending on the outlook and the overall economic outlook. Yeah. There's a lot of material. Yeah. 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 Okay.
Yes, thank you. And from that one, I believe it's pages 16 and 17 will be what we will be discussing. So, yep. 16 should look like the one that's on the screen, hopefully. Oh. That's all I got. Okay.
All right, so we're back on the compensation plan. We're looking at the recommendation, 2.5% for staff, 3% for detention support specialists, and 4% for law enforcement staff.
That is correct. Thank you, Chair Vasquez. So that is what's in the assumptions. and in the 10-year plan assumptions and the recommendation from staff going forward, it's as funded.
And for that compensation plan, how much would each one of those pieces cost?
So Siri, we have a slide. So this is the listing of breakdown of cost. So the general fund, just 1.675 million. Highway user revenue funds, 200,000. Jail district, 425,000. Flood control, 30,000. And then other funds broken out across the organization, the 250,000.
So if we were to go with this compensation package, this is already built in. It already takes into account the increment requests, and that's where, after everything's said and done, where the suggestions for investment come from for that extra $1 million in revenue that's still available to allocate.
That's correct, Supervisor Vasquez, Vice Chair Begay, members of the board. This was built into those 10-year plan assumptions, and so is built in prior to the $1 million recommendation for increments in addition to. So,
Vice Chair Begay.
Again, in this area, because of the budget that might not, we heard some news earlier. I think we kind of need to do like a 2%, 2.5%, and then a 3%, just in case, just for our information as board. I think that would be very helpful. 2, 2.5, and 3%.
Thank you, Supervisor. And one thing we'll note, and we definitely can do that. The 2%, just for comparison, in the general fund, the cost of that is 1.4 million of recurring compared to the 1.675 on the screen. So it's about a $275,000 difference between 2% and 2.5%. And then if we were to go to 3%, I don't have that in front of me, but it would be a very similar variation. As we look at just keeping in mind, we don't want to just divide by 2.5 because it's a fixed plan for those others. So just keeping in mind, if we were to change 2%, the only one we're changing on there is the staff recommendation, as those are fixed for the law enforcement steps at 3 and 4 for any percentage then that's given to staff.
And I think I agree with Supervisor Begay. If we can get
Yes.
Chair Vasquez, members of the board, thank you. And Erica Philpott, our Human Resources Director, is on as well. She's done a lot of research on our partner agencies throughout Northern Arizona and what those partner agencies are looking at in terms of compensation. We're all sort of in the same boat, if you will, with compensation and retention of employees and working on reducing our turnover rate, retention of those employees that are valued. I was on a call yesterday actually with Metro Plan and Mountain Line. They're looking at 3%. As we understand. And so we're all, even though we are partners, and yes, we're also competitors in ensuring that Coconino County is the employer of choice, just like the city of Flagstaff is, or Mountain Line. They're all looking at, we all want to be the employer of choice. And so when we look at the compensation going forward, we really appreciate your comments.
Thank you. Are there any other follow-up comments at this time? I just want to throw out, I know in the past we've looked at different combinations and also flat rates, and just wondering where that fits into this recommendation and why it was chosen to do a percentage rather than a flat rate or, a combination of such.
Thank you, Chair. So one of the things we changed the title of the slide to, and I don't have it up to go back, but is what is the 10-year plan compensation fund assumption. And for the past 2 years, you're exactly right, Chair. We have done a combination approach with WXYZ where we had larger percentages for our frontline staff and then other percentages as we work through. And that's been the last 2 years where that approach has been taken. We also recently did have some of our frontline staff be part of a reclassification project that resulted in similar of those sort of flat dollar amount per hour increases. So that was a recent adjustment to those that would normally end up with the higher percentages as you do that combination of percentage based and flat based. And so this year, as the starting point for discussion, and certainly we can run any scenario that you'd like to see in terms of how to invest that 2.5%. But it has been a little bit of time since we've done the 2.5% for all grades. And so we have had some grades fall a little more behind towards the top of the scale compared to the expectation in the 10-year plan. As a result, of course, everything is an option, right? And so there's pros and cons to all approaches, and we can certainly provide, any approach that the board would like to see for follow-up as well.
Opinions, board? I would like to see some scenarios. I think we're probably heading in this direction, but I think it'd be helpful just to see what are some of those other potential scenarios so that we can wrap our heads around it and understand why it probably makes the most sense.
And really, until we take a look at the whole budget, I mean, this is another one of those that just has to hold off because we don't know where we are.
Chair Vasquez, members of the board, I'm happy to walk through this slide that Siri just forwarded to, if it would help look at the differences here.
Erica, sorry, just really quick. Just so you know, this one has not been printed in your packet. We prepared this because we had a feeling maybe the question would come up, but we had not printed it as far as a part of the official presentation and plan to provide it, if the question came up. And so this is the first time you'll be seeing it. I will get you a paper copy of it to take with you. Oh, absolutely.
Sure, let's take a 5-minute break, please. All right, are we ready to go through this? Um,
Chair Vasquez, members of the board, we actually are, if we really look at it, working our way through some budget conversations today, for better, for worse. We worked our way through the increments with departments and then the assumptions with CPI, and now we're talking compensation. So what you have on the screen is kind of how things could look if we took that 2.5% and broke it up a bit differently. And Erica is on, and Erica, would you mind kind of explaining this a bit for all of us?
Certainly. Thanks, Andy. Chair Vasquez, members of the board, good afternoon. Erica Philpott, Human Resources Director. So on this slide, there are 3 charts, and the chart on the left-hand side is really to just show those percentage in the law enforcement steps, that any percentage increase in the rest of the plans triggers a step. So the left-hand chart are those that are in the step plan. So the DO50, that is the first row of that chart where it says 3%, those are detention support specialists. They receive a 3% step in their plan. And the other titles in that chart, the D's are detention, so those would be detention officer, 1 and 2s, detention sergeants. The J's are juvenile detention officers, and the S's are sheriff's office in the patrol side of the house. And they all receive a 4% step. And you can see there the average of what that looks like for them. In the chart in the center are the beginning of the numbered grades, where grade 7 is our lowest grade. And you can see there's a 2.5% merit column, 2 columns actually there, with the average amount of what that would be in a paycheck and the percentage next to it. And all of these scenarios on this chart are based on a 2.5% budgeted amount. So they're all within that same budgeted amount. We're just adding and subtracting some flat amounts as well. If we continue to work into the center of that center chart, you can see the heading there is 1.75% with a 25-cent an hour flat. And so you can see how that changes the average amount into the paycheck and what that percentage looks like per grade. So for grade 7, it goes from a 2.5% to a 3.1% by making that flat amount switch. And if we continue to go to the right, you can see that we also have another scenario, and certainly there are infinitely more scenarios we could run for you. These are illustrative to give you an idea of what that might look like. That next set of columns is a 1% merit percentage with a 50-cent an hour as well. And so for that grade 7, that percentage changes from 2.5% to 3.6%. And as you follow the chart down, you can see how those percentages are higher for the lowest grades. As we look to the grade chart on the far right-hand side of this slide, you can see those are grades 15 through 20 in our numbered grades. And how those same columns would extend, it flowed better to put it to the right, so I apologize if that's at all confusing. You can see how those percentages go down as we, in the far right-hand column, when we're looking at a 1% merit with a 50-cent flat per hour, you can see how that goes down below 2.5 for those people on that chart in the farthest column to the right. One of the things that might be helpful to mention here are the reclasses, in that the major goal of the reclasses this year was to move people out of grades 7 and 8 to reclass those jobs up into higher grades so that we would push people deeper into our compensation structure and not have quite so many people at those 2 lowest grades of our structure, grades 7 and 8. And you'll remember when I presented on Tuesday that grade 7 had 86 employees in it in FY24. On average, I mean, those things ebb and flow. And this year, there are only 3 employees in grade 7. So when you look at grade 7, there's only 3 employees there right now. And in grade 8, there were 100 people in that grade in FY24, and there's only 30 now. And in grade 9, there were 104 jobs last year, and this year there's 114. And the big difference, because we were really focused on grades 7, 8, 9, and 10, grade 10 had 70 people in it last year and now has 149 and is our largest grade. And so when we were looking at those reclasses, a major goal was to make sure that we didn't have almost 300 employees in our lowest 3 grades. And we also took on the large task of reclassing our administrative track. And that administrative track, the admin spec 1s and admin spec 2s, those crossed all departments. So any departments that had administrative staff were part of that reclass process. And it made it a very large project because we worked with every single department that had administrative jobs to make sure that we could align what was going on in their department. And so from that, there were just under 400 staff that received some type of flat adjustment as part of the reclasses. And so that's part of the reason this year that we have recommended what is in the 10-year plan, which is a 2.5% placeholder in the compensation plan, and that we've looked at that as more of a percentage, knowing that people in our frontline grades, starting in grade 7, 8, 9, 10 particularly, did receive an adjustment earlier this year in the form of a flat amount per hour. But hopefully this chart is helpful for you to see how we can adjust that 2.5% that is budgeted. And as Siri mentioned, last year we did the 2% with the 25-cent flat per hour. The year prior to that, we did WXYZ. And the year prior to that, we did a 3% with a mid-year adjustment of $1 an hour. So the last 3 years, we have done a flat amount, and that has had great success for our compensation. And so this year, happy to consider lots of options that the board would like to discuss.
Thank you. Before I open up for other board members, I had a question in terms of, we have the number for the 2.5%, and you shared with us how much total that would cost the county to do that 2.5%. What would be the totals for those other 2 scenarios? Is it the same amount, or is there some kind of cost savings from doing one of those other options?
It's a great question. Thank you, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. All of these scenarios on this slide in these columns are the same budget impact with some very small roundings. Siri could speak to that, but we've taken the budget from a 2.5% placeholder and illustrated it 3 different ways on this slide. So these scenarios all cost the same amount of money.
Great, thank you. That's helpful. Are there any other questions from board members? Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, and thank you, Erica. I know that you just said that for 7, 8, and 9, we did a mid-year flat adjustment. How many people did that affect?
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. There were some other people in some other grades, but it was about 390 employees received some type of adjustment in the reclass.
And so what was the average adjustment that they received, pay adjustment?
Most all of them received either 25 cents an hour, and some of them received 50 cents an hour. So the average would probably be between those 2 numbers, but most of them received 25 cents an hour.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions or comments from board members? All right, well, thank you for giving us the options, and we can see it. For me, it's real helpful to know that all 3 options have the same impact on our budget. So it's not like we choosing one will change the amount of money that we have available for other programming. So for me, that was very helpful. Is there anything else? Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, I'm just really pleased to see with our tight budget that we are still given a compensation plan, and we're considering it. I just think that is, we've always, even in these type spots, we've always tried to somehow be able to do compensation, and that's what we're doing. So I think it's really good. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments about compensation at this time? All right, thank you. We'll definitely, Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Chair. I think, at the end, it would be a matter of how much money there is available for compensation. So that's the reason why we're asking for scenarios. And my take on the scenarios would have been if there are any cost savings that, instead of just having the same amount throughout setting them up to where they're all the same amounts and as far as different percentages and per hour merits. So so that's what my thought was. But nonetheless, I think it's all going to be based on at the end. It's going to be based on how much money we will be able to fund for compensation.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We're at a point, I think, where now we need to kind of step back and digest and reconvene. I know that we're not scheduled to do budget until the 13th. However, did want to see, is it possible to schedule a special session between now and the 13th to revisit this, because it is a couple of weeks away.
Chair Vasquez, members of the board, thank you for that. So Siri has quickly put together the information follow-up that we need to discuss. And with this, we think we can start sort of developing agendas for the next couple of days and then determine if we do need to indeed add an additional day. We'll need to do that sooner rather than later. So with that, and she shared it on the screen. So here are some items that we need to work through in our remaining days of budget.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And please, if you have noted anything else in your notes that you would like added to this, this is just a quick, the penciled notes I was taking throughout. You have asked for some information, some additional information, more of, I would say, handout information. So including taking that increment summary and noting the actual recommendations. So it's easy to follow on one sheet. We will do that. We will also take that county manager recommendation in total. So you have one that shows baseline assumptions as well as increment requests walking to that million. It will include compensation. It will include the CPI and all of the things. There was also a request for the total budget by department, which we certainly will provide in terms of a handout for you as well. The request for the cost of a compensation scenario at 2%, 2.5%, and 3%. And then the CPI impact, similarly, just a range of scenarios. What does 8%, 10, and 12% look like? So we will do that in terms of follow-up handout information. Then as we went through the increments for further discussion, I believe we flagged some for further discussion this year. And then at the bottom, I also have some flagged for future discussion in fiscal year 26. But for this year, further discussion, the Division 7 expenses and any other potential cost scaling options, and also summarizing some of what we heard from our clerk today. So what that might look like. We also did not go yet through the sheriff operating and capital increments. And so revisiting those with a recommendation there. Superintendent of schools, you asked, we bring back the request for the grant match for additional discussion, as well as the treasurer back tax manager. You may also have flagged that I put for FY26, possibly we'll find out from emergency management if that EMPG grant match could be moved to fiscal year 26, or if, depending on where they are with those conversations with the homeowners. And the finance grant staffing support FTE, IT software and operational expenses, we noted will be coming back next year. And then anything we can do with third-party leases, any kind of potential amendments as it relates to Fort Tuthill operating costs. I'll pause before going into the other items for discussion and just make sure that there was nothing else on the increment list that was flagged in terms of board members that maybe I missed in our discussion.
It looks pretty good. The only thing that I see that's missing, and I don't know which section it should be added on there, is the contingency plan in the event that juvenile and adult probation get significant cuts from the state budget. What are we going to do about that?
Thank you. Yep. Okay. Okay. And then state impacts for sure. Thank you. And I also have it down here, which we haven't gotten to yet. On in terms of other discussions, we also need to have, we have not yet visited the outside agency tab in our big book. In terms of just continuing funding for outside agencies. there's also an option presented for a 10% CPI for those agencies. And then we did have one request from Creative Flag staff. So we can go through that at our next meeting. We'll also invite the library district to come present on their plan. There is, of course, a tax rate associated with the library district, and that the Board of Supervisors, acting as the Board of Directors, is responsible for establishing. So we'll have a conversation about that. We'll talk about just general county property taxes as a reminder. As we go into the final sort of pulling the budget together, one of the things we need to do are called truth and taxation hearings. And so just to give you, an update on that, what that looks like, just so you're prepared, because those do require notifications on our website and in the newspaper. So we'll go over that. We did touch on secure rural schools a little bit today, but we will go over, we have received our last round of authorized funding on secure rural schools. So we will talk about that. We noted the potential state funding and then capital plans. So that will be future. And then we will also have our other major 10-year plans. We focused on the general fund today. So we, on our future agendas, we'll talk about jail district, HERF, and flood control district. So that is what we have for sort of wrapping up the budget and coming to a conclusion and scheduling. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Andy.
Supervisor Fowler.
So you have Creative Flag staff in the outside agency? Is that where you said you have it? Okay.
Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Siri and Andy and Steve and Sue. I guess we keep hearing that there are a lot of vacancies. Ever since I came on, there's so many vacancies, and they're still vacant. All of those vacant positions have a dollar amount in this funding that we put together, right? Every single position that's vacant right now, are they included, the dollar amounts, everything in that budget?
Vice Chair Begay, members of the board, I believe it is, and I'll refer to Siri, but on that triggers a reminder. Thank you to the Clerk of Superior Court for having that conversation about their vacancy savings and how those can be utilized. That said, Finance and Budget have done a really good job of determining what those vacancies are and how that's can be reprogrammed back into the budget. And so when we look at the cost of the pay plan, that includes the vacancies as well, right, Siri?
Yes, and thank you, Vice Chair and Chair and members of the board. So when we have a vacant position, we assume it will be filled. We budget for it. So the budget does include the cost of the vacant positions. When it comes to a pay plan, and if there's any impact, it really depends on what's being recommended. So in the scenarios, any of the scenarios that we saw today, whether it's 2.5% across the board or some combination, that was only intended to target filled positions. So the cost was only presented for moving filled positions within the range. If we ever do any kind of compensation change that involves changing the range itself, that also impacts our vacant positions, as of course all of the positions start a little higher. That tends to be a little bit higher of a cost. That's not part of the current recommendation. And so there is no compensation impact forecasted right now on vacant positions.
Okay, and then also as far as the department summary, there you have the CPIs there, and you have the funds and all sorts of other funds. And then you have the history or general fund, recurring and one time, and also the ending fund balances per year. And this one is just like projection at the end of the year. So I don't know, while we were shuffling some of these papers around, I was kind of wondering if we could put some information in there and group them with the department. Like for instance, that would really help, like if they've been at the end, maybe put down they were considered for funding, or what's that called? Investments, yeah. And I think, that if we group them up together like that, we're not going to be shuffling everything around, so if you can do that for us, that would be really, really good. And then the other thing is, when are we going to discuss the board's funds? No, just kidding. The budget, or is that off the books now? I'm just kidding about that. It'll come. So anyway, those are only things, just streamline, kind of putting that together, and then also the vacancies. If they've been there, sitting there 5 years, 4 or 5 years, 6 years, then we could probably use those savings to help.
Thank you, Supervisor. And actually, the HR department did a preliminary review of vacant positions. And interestingly, we actually don't have a list that have been vacant for 4 or 5 years. What we see is turnover in various positions over time. So it was really hard to identify any one position, for example, that has had a 4 or 5 year string of being vacant. Instead, what we see is positions come vacant, they get filled, new ones go vacant, they get filled. There really wasn't unfortunately, a big list we could point to say, boy, this position has been vacant for some amount of time, with the exception, of course, of some of the ones that have been on the list as hard to fill positions, specifically in the jail district, just because those DOs are so hard to fill. So
yeah, to reiterate, thank you, Vice Chair Begay, to reiterate Sari's comments, the largest, it seems, the largest sort of vacancy issues are probably the detention officers in the jail district. And then in communicating with Erica Philpott, our Human Resources Director, she's putting together some information and I think a slide, and hopefully we'll be able to go over that to bring some clarity to it, to the vacancy discussion as well.
All right, so now it looks like we're at that moment where we need to make a decision. Our next board meeting to discuss budget isn't until May 14th and May 15th. And so asking board members, are they comfortable with waiting that long to continue this conversation? Or would board members like to look at possibly a date before WIR next week to have a continuation with this conversation, have a special session? Supervisor Horstman.
I really think we should probably try to take another look at this before we go, if that's at all possible. I know we were kind of theoretically looking at May 1st. Mayday.
May 1st, Supervisor Hess?
Yes, I'm available, and I think it's necessary, and I think this is important, so I agree with that.
Okay, so if we can look at May 1st as a potential special session to at least continue this conversation. County Manager Peru.
Yes, based on that, if you'll just consider that not all the follow-up information will be done. So we will be presenting, but I don't think it may not be realistic or able to pull everything together by Wednesday. So again, just to let you know that we will do all.
No, that's fine. We just want to continue this conversation because 2 weeks without discussing it, we forget things after 2 weeks. And so we don't want to have to start over and reinvent the wheel. Any other comments from board members? All right, so if we can look at May 1st and we'll address what we can, staff, if you can maybe give us ahead of time of what things can be you've able to compile and which things are going to have to be wait later, so that way we can address only those things that have been compiled. That way we're not going back and forth, and we have a timeline of which items we're going to be addressing in which order. That would be helpful. Thank you. And then, yes, Supervisor Horstman.
What time?
What time are we looking at on?
What, 9 o'clock? 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock? We'll cancel and get it.
Let's see, let me just double check. Yeah, why don't we go with 9 o'clock? Yeah. Okay. Oh, this is a work in progress, and as we learned today, we still have some work to do, and we got to tease out some things, and so this gives us an opportunity to do so without delaying so long that things fall through the cracks. So, next, we do have another item on the agenda for today. If we could go through a discussion of county manager performance evaluation, including succession planning for manager and deputy county managers. The Board of Supervisors may vote to go into executive session. We have a motion by Supervisor or Vice Chair Begay. Do I have a second? We have a second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Going upstairs.
Yes, we will be going upstairs. Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone. We'll come back to close out exec session. Thank you, everyone who's involved in the budget discussion today. It's a work in progress and we'll get there. We still have some work to do, but appreciate all your contributions. Thank you. Excuse me, everyone. Just a point of clarification for the record. We will be going into executive session. However, we will not be returning to sessions. So for all of those of you that have been watching these proceedings, this is the end of this meeting. Thank you.